I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Detail. And then you've got Donald Trump's last post 23 hours ago, or yet basically a day ago. And it is a photo of a nuclear bomb going off in Manhattan with a nuclear cloud rising. And Trump's message says that Democrats want to replace you with uneducated Mexicans who would be easier to enslave. People who vote for Democrats are dumb and suicidal, with a nuclear bomb going off in Manhattan. That was Donald Trump's last post. Let's take this meticulously now so you have a full update on what's going on. You know the corporate news is not covering a lot of this, but this is the closest the world has been to a world war since the beginning of World War I.
I will, of course, say welcome to a new morning, a new day. And although it's a great day in the morning that you're alive, but one has to think that what's going on in the world right now is some serious shit. And while trolls are attacking each other and stuff, there may not be a world in the future because a lot of you decided to vote for Trump, which you are going to sincerely regret later, and you should be regretting it right now. Mexicans are good for slaves. He said that the Democrats should have Mexicans for slaves. They'll listen to anything. They'll do anything. Oh, that's just mild stuff. My God, mild stuff. Anyway, he's getting Putin all charged up. He's going to cause a World War III, is what's going on. But you voted for him, which you are beginning to start to really deeply regret. Now, one of the first things I do when I get up is not go look for the troll channels and see all the gossip, but I go to mostly some independent news stations that are doing a great job of reporting the real news. No fake news, as Donald Trump likes to say. If it doesn't meet his requirements, if it doesn't meet his goals, it doesn't jive with his philosophy. Real news, not fake news. Okay. God, sometimes it's not worth getting out of bed to be greeted by a new day, but then knowing what's going on in the world, far more important since what's going on with these idiots on YouTube. Far more important. Your future. Your financial future, too. Those that's just worried about their portfolios. Oh, it don't matter that we got a maniac running the United States, a complete maniac. But you voted for him, which you are starting to regret. And you will regret even more and more. President Trump is going to bring on a World War III. You got other countries gearing up now, too. There's so much unrest in the world. China's getting geared up to go attack Taiwan. Putin, again, well, the United States supports Israel, which Russia doesn't like that. Kind of heavy-duty shit for the morning here, really. But no, I'm not listening to the troll channels when I get up in the morning. I actually put on some world news. Because my greater concerns have nothing to do with trolls. Trolls are just fucking living abortions. There's more important shit going on. Sure, we could talk about other shit on YouTube. But I think every now and then we got to concentrate on the reality of what's going on in this world and how it affects you in one way or another. It will. No matter what your endeavors are. Well, idiots are putting replay channels on someone like myself. They're all fighting with each other. Everybody's got a reason and a season to attack somebody else. But guess what? Your own world might be attacked with nuclear missiles when you got in a complete maniac, bona fide maniac, running the country of the United States, who's made more enemies than any president that's ever been. Elected or whatever, that had ran the country. Think about this. If you can't see that Trump is mentally ill, then you're just as bad as he is. I know. You got to stick to your party. I understand that. You got to be a good supportive Republican. Under better circumstances, I'd say fine. Everybody chooses a party because the world is so divisive. There should be one party in the United States, the party for the people, not an extremely divisive Democrats and Republicans fighting with each other, attacking each other all the time. It's supposed to be for the people, a government for the people, not for Trump's wallet and his ego. He's an egomaniac. Maniac, period. But you voted for him. I love to shove that on you, and I will always shove that on you, because you're going to see what I'm talking about. If you don't have a clue yet, oh, you will. May take a little bit to get through your thick skulls, because I got to be supportive of my party, even if the party's going to create a World War III and probably affect your life in a big, big way. That's your children are going to be recruited, and that there may not be a world when you got a maniac who has the nuclear codes he carries in his fucking wallet. You want him to have nuclear codes? This back and forth love affair between him and Putin. They both know Mr. Epstein very well, too. Let's not get into that, too, but we won't. We won't. I'll try to avoid that. All these countries are gearing up for war. The United States siding with Israel doesn't sit very well with Putin. If you've been following the news all these years. Everybody wants world dominance, world dominance. Not really. Not all countries want world dominance. No, Trump wants world dominance. A lot of these countries just want to be left alone. Let us govern our country the way we see right, not the way Trump sees right. No. And the only interest that Trump has with Venezuela to want to go bomb Venezuela is he wants mineral rights. Amazing. Well, it is the human nature. It is the nature of a human anyway, that You know, you want to go for natural resources, oil, other minerals that will do your country well in industry, because the buck doesn't stop there. There's lots of money to be made, but you need the supplies, to put it simply. Minerals, oil, other resources. Sometimes, I sit here and I feel that the whole fucking world is going out of control. People don't care what's going on in the world. They just want to go to the Philippines or somewhere and get fucking laid and then get a fucking disease that'll wind up killing them or something. Sticking their dick somewhere it doesn't belong with the wrong kind of woman. No sensibility out of that, but they still do it. There's no sensibility with Trump fucking with Putin, but he still does it, right? But he still does it. Trump wants world dominance is what he wants. Not the United States. He wants world dominance. Remember a guy called Hitler? Remember people like Mussolini? Let's go all the way back to Nero. As Nero fiddled, Rome burned. Well, the world is going to burn with nuclear missiles. And here's a funny thing. Trump wants to build a big fleet. By the way, this whole concept is obsolete now. There was a time that aircraft carriers and all that, they did serve a purpose. It's a whole obsolete idea. We don't need aircraft carriers anymore. They're too easy targets. With drones and everything going on, they're too much easy to... He wants to spend, instead of helping the people out, in the country he's supposed to love so much, he wants to build a big fleet of high-tech, state-of-the-art aircraft carriers, war vessels, but the whole concept is obsolete because we don't need them anymore. Submarines, yes. Drones, yes. But they're too vulnerable when it comes to war. They're too easy of a target. When an aircraft carrier is being bombarded with like 1,000 fucking missiles, they have a defense system, but you can't get all of them. They're going to be destroyed. Well, they're called destroyers, these ships. Aircraft carriers, destroyers. But they get destroyed too. So he wants to spend all this money. Of course, he wants to put his name on it. That's part of it too. He wants to put his name on everything. Trump this, Trump Tower. Kennedy Center with his name on it. Trump, illegal. It does take an act of Congress to actually do that or allow that. Gives himself total immunity. Folks, this is dangerous shit going on here right now. Who the fuck cares what Frank said on his fucking channel? Is he going to put food on your table? Is it going to prevent a World War III? Or whether or not aloe comes to my channel. Free Willy. It's called free will. Aloe could come to my channel. Oh, but I must be plotting and planning with aloe. Right? Come on, guys. Ah, why is my eye becoming irritated suddenly? What's that all about? I'm just saying that the world is out of control and there are more important things in the world going on right now. It's going to affect every single one of us one way or the other, no matter where you live. European countries are gearing up for possible inclusion in this Game of Thrones makes me also ask the question, those that are planning to have children, you really think this is a good time? Well, maternal instinct. You got to make those babies. So they're going to be what? Future soldiers if the Earth even exists, if the planet even exists anymore. I mean, population don't need any more people, but we'll put that to the side for the moment. There may not be a world. I mean, I listen to all these broadcasts, I'm in almost disbelief what I'm hearing on the news. It might sound crude and rude, but I think that sniper needed a little bit more training. Or should have put his wet finger up in the air and tested the wind velocity. Missed him by that much. It would have saved us a whole lot of trouble. I'm not really a believer in violence, but let me tell you, if the situation calls for it, then the situation needs it. I don't think most of you people even get the gravity of what the fuck is going on. I don't think you understand at all. No, my life is not listening to everything on YouTube. Actually, most of the shit I do on this little device called the cell phone is nothing to do with YouTube or the nonsense that goes on in social media. There are more important things going on. Sure, you could have a little fun getting online, but maybe use it as a diversion or something. And some people maybe use social media as a diversion as what's going on in their personal life. I'm going to blow my nose here. Oh, my eyes are irritated. What's with that? Yeah, believe it or not, there are more important things than social media. But the good thing about social media, it does serve a purpose. Not to talk about what somebody's doing with their life, or whether they're married or not, or how many children the guy's partner has. No, but as a learning tool as to what's going on in the world outside of their little house, their abode. That there's important shit going on that's going to affect you, your children, your family, your job, your industry, everything. I don't know, sometimes I find myself stymied how the average person sees their world, or for that fact, the rest of the world. Have people become that ignorant and that selfish? Well, apparently. But the only thing that's going to wake people up, and it's unfortunate to say that, but the only thing that's going to wake people up is going to be, well, something that we really don't want. Believe me, we don't want another world war. Now, some say that, the capitalists feel that, war helps the economy. And how does it help the economy? Well, they're going to be building more war supplies, put people to work, yeah. But what a hell of a way to put people to work. Uniforms, weapons, ammunition, aircrafts, other war machines. It's like a fucking science fiction movie that's going on, but it's real. It's not just a bunch of talk you hear on a lot of news chatter. This is some real shit that's going on, man. And you should be concerned. I've reached the ripe age of 71. Plenty of life still in me. But I've learned a lot of things throughout the decades. I've learned a lot. They call, age gives you wisdom. And there is truth to that. There is truth. Sometimes you got to know your enemy. Get to know him real well. And you know how to deal with him. And boy, I've dealt with that. Real, haven't I? But point being is that it's not just knowing your enemy. It's knowing when to pull the trigger and when not. And sometimes you got to hold off on pulling that trigger and find other ways to deal with things. But when you can't, yes, you have to take action. But I think in regards to Trump, if anything, he's promoting war. Promoting war. That's what he's doing. And believe me when I tell you, it's not going to benefit any one of us in any form or way, or your family, or your job, or your future. It's going to be completely the opposite. Oh, I know what I got to do here. No, this is not a funny situation at all. It's a very real thing that's going on, unfortunately. Sometimes I want to turn off the news, but then I can't seem to. Because social media is just inundated with all this stuff. You almost can't avoid it. But you do have to know what's going on around in your world. I mean, obviously you do. Some people say, well, it's not going to affect me. That's between these two countries or whatever. I'm over here now. No, it's going to affect you. It might even affect your income. It might affect your Social Security and your pension. It might affect a lot of things. It might affect. But you don't think about that, do you? No. It's more important to worry about what Ricky does or what Frank does or what Frank says. That's more important. When your world is about to fall apart, if not completely, because you decided to put a president in office, a charismatic type of guy, like an Amway meeting, that's convincing you, if you're going to go with Amway products, you're going to become rich and drive a Rolls Royce like this guy. Look at the house he's living in. Yeah, what's the answer to that, right? But you're gullible, and you're naive, and you're going to believe these criminals. It's always taken a very charismatic person in this world to become leaders and have followers, because the human mind is just so gullible. Why don't you just drink the Kool-Aid? Of a Jonestown. Why don't you just drink the Kool-Aid? Why don't you just do that? If Trump told you to drink this Kool-Aid, are you going to drink that little special spiked Kool-Aid? You probably would. That's how much he's got you hypnotized. Amazing. I just think people can't think for themselves. That's a conclusion I come up with. People can't think for themselves, and they have to have somebody else think for them, because they don't have the capacity to do it. Well, let's cut this baby up here. Oh my. Are you all that gullible? Serious question. You all that gullible? Well, you know, as a single individual, there's not much you can do about world issues, but collectively and collaboratively, you know, you can. I guess that's why you're going to have your governing parties. There's always going to be a division with something. And maybe sometimes you need a division. You know, the people on one side who can see a clear picture of what's going on, and the other side that simply says, well, we don't care if this guy's going to destroy the fucking world because we're a very, very dedicated Republican supporter. It comes down to that. I hate to keep on shoving it to you, man, but I'm going to shove it to you as long as I can. You voted for Trump, and it was the biggest mistake that you ever made in, whoops, I didn't put this, the biggest mistake you probably have ever made in your life, and you're going to find out why. And you're finding out actually right now. You don't have to wait. But wait till things get worse. Wait. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's coming. Oh, God, I dropped that, didn't I? That ain't good. Oi. Hold on. Dropped my lemon. There we go. Well, we're not done yet here. Let's see. You know, there's a formula for success in this world, and not many people follow it. If the government can do things methodically, properly, like this, excuse the expression, trumped up cup of tea here, add the right ingredients for success, maybe it'd be a better world. Perhaps. We could all sit around a round table and have a big discussion over a cleansing cup of green tea. And not sit there and pull your hair out because you don't agree with somebody's issue, but rather to discuss it and say, you know, what are we fighting for? I don't give a damn. Next stop is Vietnam. What are we fighting for? What are we fighting for? Really? To satisfy Trump's regime? Come on. You guys must be more intelligent than that. I hope. But I know, it's all about saving face. I understand. Wasn't born yesterday. I was born quite a few years ago. You gotta support your party. God forbid. Even though it's gonna bring you to war, there's gonna be a lot of sorrow, a lot of regrets. But you see, with a lot of people, unfortunately, they have to find out for themselves. They have to find out for themselves. If you're that gullible that you're gonna believe a maniac, a fucking maniac, to allow him to run your world, then I'm sorry, there's no hope for you. There's just no hope. Might as well take a gun and just shoot yourself, really. Or somebody else does. Because of something you said. Or you decide to get into politics. Why would anybody get into politics? Because there's money in it, that's why. Because people are greedy creatures. Extraordinarily greedy. They live by the philosophy of, well, me. Ever date a girl named Mimi? All right, besides the jokes here, we'll get more serious. Which I think this broadcast is. I'm being as serious as I can. No, what's going on in the world is not good. What you take for granted may not be there anymore. I guess what I'm trying to say. I think we take a lot of things for granted. Our own life, our own health, our future, your children's future. Because it is important. As far as your decision on who you want to pretty much control your life. And the president of the country pretty much does control your life, but not as bad as Trump is doing. He wants to control your life, your whole world, how much you make, that he allows you to make, and whether you're going to have any happiness or not. I told you, he's a maniac, he's a dictator, he's a narcissist, he's an arrogant piece of shit. I think you've pretty much figured by now that I'm not exactly a Trump supporter, if you haven't figured it out so far. And for good reason. I just don't come up with all this crap and say, oh, he's a bad man. No, he is a bad man. In every way. The things he got involved with children and trafficking, and why do you think he's trying to suppress, the Epstein files? You see all the things they presented, they redacted just about everything in there. Trump does not want the information to come out, man. Because besides all the trouble he's in already and all the crap he's done and the loss of support that he's getting, like wake up, wake up, Donald, wake up. Even your Republican Party is turning on you, Donald. You got some idiots, especially one on YouTube. Trump has done a great job the past year he's been in. My portfolio went up 26%. I made $1 million. Good for you. Good for you. So, again, and I'll keep on repeating this too. So it's more important for you, sir, and you know who you are, that your portfolio rises by 26%. You don't care that Trump was raping little children. You don't care that he's involved in sex trafficking, and his close relationship with Epstein. You don't care that Trump, to try to hide the files, any other information coming out, had Epstein killed in his cell, and they're trying to pass it off as suicide. You don't care that Trump has complete control of his cabinet and threatens people's lives, even some of the victims of Trump and Epstein who have spoken out have been threatened. Their lives have been threatened. Yeah, this is the guy you voted for. You proud of yourself? I mean, are you seriously proud of yourself? Okay. That's my political thing this morning. Some things I think have to be said. Whether I got a wide audience or not, you know. But some things have to be said. People think I'm so focused on the goings on the boob tube here on YouTube. Well, actually, you're wrong. Sure, I got my finger on the pulse of what's going on YouTube because I go on it. I have a show, but it's like, you know your enemy. Know them very well, know their weaknesses, and I've learned what their weaknesses are. It didn't take any massive research or anything like that. You just got to know your enemy. And why should you have enemies out there? Well, there's people that don't exactly think the way you do. Don't follow your politics, don't follow your philosophy of life. They're envious of how you live compared to how they live. Oh, this is just a common thing on here. There's a lot of envy going on. And some people might say, oh, why? Why should I be envious of him? Well, apparently they are. Hey, I just come on to do a fucking show here, you know. I'm not trying to win a Pulitzer Prize for something, for ace reporting or something. I'm not trying to get to any level like that at all. I just come on and put a show. And again, though the speech sounds rather redundant, and it's okay, I don't mind some redundancy, the fact is such that I will talk about things that I know are already factual. Again, with my speech on this, and you're going to hear it over and over again, whether you like it or not, and you could tune out. If I ever talk about what goes on social media, I don't redact anything like your president-elect. I don't redact my files. I don't redact anything. I just give the truth. I just give the facts. And how do I know they're the truth and the facts? That would be a great question if you posed it on me. Well, okay, if a duck, if an animal quacks, swims in the water, looks like a duck, acts like a duck, it's probably a duck. And that's a philosophy I use on my show. From what I've seen with my own eyes, what I've heard with my own ears, what my viewers who are familiar with these characters on here have seen also and have heard also. That's how something becomes factual. It's not that complicated. It's really not that complicated. But you can make it complicated. It gives you something to do, gives you something to talk about. Now, it's unfortunate for people like Jay that he's more likely to get his ass in big trouble. He will not come into the Philippines. Putting fraudulent documents, whether he created the fraudulent documents that he put on his show or not, it don't matter. See, people do stupid things on here and they get stupid prizes, Jay eventually, he's going to get that stupid prize because his name is going to be known with the immigration. I made sure of that. I already got that in action. My lawyers did not like the fact that he was putting on his show fraudulent documents that somebody else gave him, because as I said, Jay is too stupid to be able to create such documents, have the mental acuity or integrity to do something like that. But it don't matter. He presented this on his camera and it's been recorded and noted. I'm just giving you an example of stupidity. Like I said, stupid people win stupid prizes. Look at Barry. He's got the biggest prize of all, 3 years incarcerated. People don't learn. Then I get tired of people complaining about other YouTubers, but they don't do anything about it. They don't like Slim. Well, nobody likes what Slim is doing. And Slim is the guy on a particular YouTube channel, Pro-Life, what's his name? Pro-Life, whatever, I forgot. Who basically is putting his girlfriend, wife, or whatever she is, and baby, whoever's baby it really is, looks Korean, by the way, in imminent danger because he wants to be like another Vitali. Yeah, if you don't know who he is, he's the guy that sticks his, well, he should stick it up his ass, but he sticks his selfie stick out the window of his car and drives that way, not paying attention. He's already got into a couple of accidents. Now he's taking out the family out more instead of chasing down young pussy and shit, which his wife or girlfriend or whatever the fuck she is allows him to do because she knows he makes money on the channel. She allows this. She also allows to have her baby without a car scene. That's been one of the biggest complaints that people have had, Pro-Life Traveler is his name, on his channel. That he allows that. Just wait, there's good video coming out shortly about Jay and who's putting that on. Yeah, Jay's in trouble in the Philippines. He'd be lucky to be able to come in the Philippines without being arrested. As of today, no. I still got to get the update on the, let's call it the communique that my lawyers have put in with the Bureau of Immigration in regards to Jay Stillman. Oh, you think I'm joking, right? Well, Frank don't mean what he says. Well, I've proved many times that I followed through with things, have I not? It's up to you whether you want to trust what I say. I don't care either way. But Jay fucked his chance of ever residing in the Philippines. If he really wanted to move out of the country and live in the Philippines, I think that's going to be shot. That's going to be totally shot. People just putting their nose in everybody's business. Who cares who Aloe really is? I don't care who Aloe really is. I really don't. In fact, I didn't even go to Jay's link. I have not gone there yet. The link that says his name was this and that and this and that. Because I didn't care. No, I honestly haven't seen it yet. I said, go to Jay's channel. He's got a link on there, showing that Aloe is this person, that person, whatever. I don't care who Aloe is. I really don't. It's not significant in my life who Aloe is. You mean Frank, all these years that he's attacked you, and don't you want to know who this guy really is? Expose him? It doesn't serve me in any way, to be honest with you, who Aloe really is. Doesn't put food on my table. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. If it doesn't benefit me, then I don't give a fuck who Aloe is. Aloe is whoever the fuck he is. You think he's the only one on YouTube that's tried to remain anonymous for years? We got plenty of them. It doesn't faze me that much as you think it does. A lot of curiosity, yeah. But I haven't even seen the link. If it's still there, I don't even know. I didn't even go check it out. Honestly, I didn't even check out that so-called link that's supposed to link you to the Facebook or something or whatever it is, or Twitter or something that they claim is Aloe de Vinta. I have no clue. I don't really care. Surprisingly, I don't really care. I don't. Doesn't do anything for me. You mean to say the fact that Fowler's been attacking you all those years? That would be big news for you, Frank. Not really. Not really. Not as much as you think. Ed Savino says, yes, supposedly there was a new picture out of Allo and family. Okay, I guess the question is, to you and anybody else, why does that really matter? You know? Oh, I know, people say, well, Allo interfered with a lot of people's lives, made death threats, called family members and all that shit, and done a lot of crap. Well, he did. He did. There's no question about it. He did. It wasn't right, but he did it. But how important is that, really, for you? You're going to attack? So if you know who he is, what are you going to do? Even if that was true information, which I'm not convinced of yet, nor do I have the energy or inclination to find out. I would have gone there already. No, I haven't seen links. I haven't seen pictures. I haven't seen anything. If I get a chance, I may go to Jay's page. If it's still there, I'll take a look. I just didn't really care to. I didn't run and, as you think I would, and go, okay, I got to see who he really is. See what they're all talking about. I haven't done it yet. Now you find it hard to believe, but I have not done that yet. I actually have not. Because it's not that important to me. Even if Allo was on the attack of me for years, it's still not that important to me. We've got a lot of anonymous people out there that are trolls that are never going to expose who they are. Just not that important to me. I will get around to it. How's that? If it's still out there, the link, I'll get around today. I will go look at the link and see what that's all about and try to figure it out for myself if that's really Allo. And I wouldn't know because I never see what Allo looks like, so I don't know that's him. There'll be a picture of somebody in their family. Could be anybody. Shit, I was almost convinced one time that he really was Alan Freed. Then I kind of lost interest. Who cares? I was able to see he was not Alan Freed. Fried or Alan Freed, whatever. I don't think it was him, no. I think it's gone. I think somebody got that striked. Oh, hello, newbie. Good morning. Just having my my cup of tea here. I showed you all the ingredients, as I call it, ingredients that I put in here. Will knock your socks off what I put in here. But as I said, I do everything in my life methodically. Everything I do in my life, there's a reason why I do it. I don't really do things haphazardly. You have to have some control in your life. I do things methodically mostly. That's why I make a good method actor. Stella! Stella! Streetcar named Desire, if you haven't figured that out. Who's Greg? I don't know. On Abo's video, there's an audio of Allo threatening a guy and his wife. Greg. Oh, is Greg twitchy? I think Greg is twitchy. Allo's had a battle with Twitchy and other people for years. Twitchy is this guy who was very controversial. Well, this show is still on. He supposedly inherited like fucking 50 million, 100 million, whatever, for his family, or a very wealthy family. And he was always at odds with his brother. Greg Twitchy, yeah, I think that's Twitchy. Yeah, that's who Greg is. It's Twitchy. I forgot the actual name of the channel. It was Twitchy or something, but for years he was at odds with Twitchy. Twitchy was very controversial for his material, his lifestyle, and everything else. As I said, always fighting with his brother. He was at odds with his brother, apparently. Didn't get along. And he was a very controversial YouTuber. Damien is the fur. Huh? F-I-R. Now you're in my top 3. See, I knew that, didn't I? I knew who Greg was when you said Greg, didn't I? I told you, I have my pulse on the finger, I have on the wrist of the society on YouTube. I know what's going on. Well, pretty much I do. I don't follow everything and everybody on here. Sometimes I get curious. Well, who's this guy they're talking about? And I'll look at him and say, oh, that's the guy. See, I knew that, didn't I? Surprised you. Did I surprise you? You'd be surprised what I do know. I think you'd be awfully surprised. I'm a wealth of knowledge. But I don't know everything, and I don't claim to. I'm just a modest guy, living a modest life, with a very modest YouTube channel. That's all. I'm not trying to be a martyr. I'm not trying to be a dictator. I'm not trying to be a ruler. And I'm not a clickbaiter. I'm not even a masturbator. I'm a good debater, though. Olive, does she know Popeye? It says, no, there's a picture with the family, and it goes with the Facebook page. Okay, the question is, why is this so important? Why is it so important? Well, here's the thing, that maybe you don't see it my way. I give some support to Aloe because he has every right to remain as anonymous as he wants to. I'm not saying that Aloe has ever done me a lot of good. In fact, he was on top of the list of one of the most notorious people, the most nefarious people on YouTube against me. I came beyond that. I've accepted Aloe for what he is. It's been such a long time he's been doing this shit. It doesn't faze me like it used to. There was a time where I was really perturbed about Aloe and the things he did, but I'm not. Aloe is Aloe, and whoever he really is, he has the right to be anonymous. He has the right for his own privacy. But I know you're going to say, but wait a minute, hasn't he invaded your privacy and everybody else's? Yeah, he has. It doesn't mean I have to do that too. You know, in the scheme of life, I mean, Aloe is not putting food on my table. He's not sending me a check every month to support him and his philosophy and his psychology and his lifestyle, whatever. If Aloe starts sending me a check of a couple of $1,000 a month, yeah, I'll be really supportive of him. Because he's giving me something that I could use. Doesn't mean I have to agree with everything with Aloe. But I'm not gonna turn down his money. Be on his bankroll. So if I have to listen to the horrible things he says about me, why not get paid for it? If he's willing to send me money every month, yeah, bring it on. Bring it on. My skin is pretty thick. I could take it. Just trying to make a point here. You know. Oh, just speaking of the devil, you hear the clanging of his hoofs. There's Aloe. There's Aloe. They were just talking about you. I was trying to get off the subject of you. I told them that, well, if you've been listening, you heard some good things about you, actually. Supportive things, surprisingly. That your anonymity is your own thing, that you want to remain anonymous. And I says, in the scheme of life, what does it matter who Aloe really is? What are you going to do? If you know Aloe's real identity, what are you going to do? Now that you know that, if that's truthful, so what are you going to do? What are you going to do? If he's been discovered, fine. So then what? Then what? Hi, Aloe. Wow. What do you know? What do you know now you show now? How? Wow. Now, what do you know now you show up? Frank, didn't you feel something when Popeye was exposed? Well, I kind of helped in my own small ways expose him, Popeye. Oh, I definitely felt something in Popeye's situation. Because you see, the thing is with Popeye, Popeye does not have a lucid moment. Aloe does. I've heard him in many lucid moments. But Popeye doesn't have any lucid moments at all. There's a difference. Oh, you're welcome, sir. They're all mad at me now because I'm talking to you and you're talking to me on my show. They're just really upset. Let's go with this, man. Let's piss them off more. They hate this, Aloe. And no matter who the fuck you are, you're still Aloe de Vinta. Besides, I like saying that name, Aloe de Vinta. That's a nice ring to it, by the way. You're still going to be Aloe to me, whether your name is Marvin, or Poindexter, whatever your fucking name is. You're still Aloe. To me, anyway. Yeah, you did me a lot of wrong, Aloe. You did a lot wrong. I should be really pissed at you. I know you researched me. You're part of the hate club and all that shit. If anybody I should be really pissed off, it should be you. But I've grown up. I heard it all. It's done. It's history. Can't remove what you said. Sometimes it's time to move on with some people, but some people I refuse to move on because I have unfinished business. Aloe is the best. He's the best of the best. Newbie says, putting a face to the name with Popeye was epic. Yeah, pretty gruesome looking guy, huh? Oh my goodness. Poor guy. He's got to live with himself with that. But we all have to live with ourselves. Think about it. With everything we do, we all have to live with ourselves one way or the other. Everything we do in life has a price to, it does. We all have to live with ourselves. I gotta make a couple of eggs here or something. Why so goddamn early? But I do. Well, this morning I will anyway. We got 14 aboard here anyway. I think we're gonna have another really big shoe this morning here. It looks like it's leaning in that direction of being another really big shoe. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, putting a face to a name with Popeye. Yeah, well, yeah, that was epic. Let me tell you where I get my enjoyment from this. I like when certain people are exposed, but okay, here's the way I look at it. If you've been as bitter, okay, like in Popeye's situation, he's just one example, of course, but he's bitter for a reason. Look, he lives his life through everybody else's drama, and he lives vicariously. Because the truth is, what I've been able to ascertain is that Popeye has not, and we make a lot of jokes about Popeye, and some people say, well, he's like this, or he's disabled, or whatever the situation may be, but I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I think, in Popeye's situation, I just really think that and I've said it so many times before, and I'm going to still say it, I think he's just bitter with his life, and I think his life didn't turn out the way he wanted it to be, from when he was in the Navy and everything else, and everything that transpired in between, his wife leaving him and all that, it left him with a bitter taste in his mouth, a very bitter taste, and he likes to do a lot of projection. He's projecting his miserableness two people on YouTube. I don't know, it's like Psychology 101, really. I mean, look at Barry Jordan as a prime example, too. You know, what happened basically in his life, you know, with his father, what his father did to him and all that shit. You don't think that affects you as an adult? Of course it will. Most definitely. There's no question about that. What happens in your childhood really affects you as an adult. Where is Popeye hiding? I haven't seen him on. No, he's on. He did a show a few days ago, like something. He already put some shorts on or something. Of course he's simulcasting. Come on. Of course he's simulcasting. What else does he have to do? And that is my point. See, Popeye doesn't like to be dissed. Popeye doesn't like to have anybody talk about him. Only he can talk about other people. He does not like anybody talking down on him. That's what prompts him to do these little skits and simulcasts and all that. He does his little speech afterwards. But people are just laughing at him. They're just laughing at him. But the problem is he's too goddamn redundant. The rhetoric, I mean, it's just old. It's as old as he is. Pardon me. Newbie says, Popeye is saying that Allo pretended to be you, Frank, in a court case against you. I know what he did. I know. You're not telling me something I don't know. He's got balls. He's got balls. He's got balls. Which is more than some people have on here. He's got balls. It doesn't excuse what he did. It just goes to prove if you want to fuck with Allo, good luck. And that's coming from me. If you want to fuck with Allo, bless you. I don't think you want to get on Allo's bad side, is what I'm trying to say. Doesn't mean you got to kiss his ass either. And I'm definitely not kissing his ass. Popeye's saying, okay, got that. I do have a very good memory for stuff like that. But what am I going to do? I'm going to hunt Allo down. Even if we know it's wrong, what am I going to do? What am I really going to do? Get real. Sometimes things take care of itself, like in Jay's situation, everything. As things would happen to Barry. You know, nature just takes its course, you know. Oh, Mother Karma does a great job with some people. They don't know when to stop, and you see, that's the critical problem there. They don't know when to stop, and that's when they make their biggest mistakes. Biggest mistakes. Sometimes, you know, enough is enough. You made your point. End it. Somebody doesn't like somebody, just come out and say, hey, I don't like you. In fact, I hate you. Great. Get it off your chest. Get it off your mind. That's okay. I'm good with that. I'm very good with that. Yeah. But how far do you want to take something, you know? Unless you really need to take a step further to do something to eradicate a problem. That's highly individualistic what you want to do, something like that. I did it, you know. I'm very proud of the fact I did. No regrets whatsoever, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I have no regrets whatsoever. I will never have a regret. If I need to do it again, I will. I may have to, actually. So Popeye's going to party with himself for New Year's. Take out his bottle of gin and his pack of filterless camels. I love saying that. He's a repulsive human, if I'd be so gracious to call him a human. But the good thing is that I'm not Popeye. And I'm forever grateful for that. Life could be really bad. I could be him. Pardon me, I made 2 eggs with cheese and some cream cheese in it. Many people don't do that. You'll notice a big difference to your eggs if you put some cream cheese in it. Oh shit. Hold on. Gotta hold on. No, sorry about that. I don't know where I put my lactaid, because I promised myself I would take that whenever I was having any kind of dairy, because I am lactose intolerant. And I'm also troll intolerant, but there's no pill for that. I don't want to go through all my cabinets. Oh well. I'll deal with it. Anyway, I started off this morning's show talking about the world events going on with Trump. There's a possibility of war and how it will affect everybody's lives. I took the opportunity to also have a good laugh at the people that voted for Trump and how they're going to be just full of regrets. They already are, but wait, just wait, there's more. And if you just tuned in, I got pretty heavily into it. Politics is not my favorite thing. This year, well, it's a little different. Having Trump in office has sparked something in me that I've never felt before. Especially for a president who's supposed to be representing a country. And what you, as a voter for him, allowed him to get by. Felonies, child raping, trafficking, having people killed that might have information about him. You voted for him. I don't want to hear it. When you start crying and eating that fucking crow, I don't want to hear, I told you so. No, just do what you normally do. It's going to create a World War III. Is that what people really want? You want another world war? When you got a corrupt president who is a dictator, who's on a huge power play like never seen before, who's insane? Do you want him to rule your world? I mean, the guy wants to take over Greenland even, and claim Greenland. He wanted to get Canada as another state. As far as questioning his sanity, it doesn't take much. But there's a lot more in there that dictates where his sanity is. Lack of sanity. But anyway. No, I've never got into politics this big before. Can what Trump does affect me in some way? I don't know. Possibly. I don't know. As far as Trump is concerned, he didn't want anybody who's not an American to come back into the country. Good, hardworking people that actually built the fucking country that he's in charge of. Ripping families apart, going to their doors and pulling out family, dragging them across the road. The ICE units. Literally dragging them on the street, a pregnant woman. You voted for him. You voted for him. Anybody who supports that kind of shit is just as sick in the mind as Trump is, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, there's anything good to talk about this morning? Then please do. I think everybody on YouTube is going insane. I think it really started heavily when the COVID came. It's either COVID affected their fucking gray matter or they just became so bitter over being controlled by the government and telling them what they can and cannot do and whether they can go out of their homes or not. People had too much time on their hands, so that's when social media really got saturated, during the COVID. That's when social media got saturated, because they didn't know what the hell to do with themselves. They were restricted them going out, to go anywhere, to travel, to anything. That's when it took. That's when it really happened. People went insane. They went stir crazy. And they became bitter and they want to take things out on people. Popeye probably barely goes out anyway, so it probably didn't hurt him too much. The guy got little dick syndrome. He couldn't fuck a woman if he wanted to. I don't think a woman would take his money. No, here, honey, here, sweetie. You take it. You need it more than I do. Go see a surgeon. Oh, it's okay that you're simulcasting me, Popeye. You got to do something in your life. Since I live rent-free in your head, I suppose I should be flattered for giving me the exposure and for caring about me that much, to do a simulcast on me, to base your life around mine and try to live your life vicariously. How many times have you fucking jerked off the pictures of my girlfriend? Oh, I know you have. Oh, I know you have. Oh, you'll make fun of her, you'll make fun of me. But like I said, Popeye, Ed. What is the Discord? Is your gospel? What is Discord? They say, they've said a lot of things that never happened. They said a lot of things that are not true. Oh, they come up with dates. And how many years are going by? I've heard about dates. I heard about white envelopes. I've heard... Ed, you are so gullible. Oh, they're saying on Discord it must be true. They all got inside connections to immigration. Oh, every one of them. That now that you're going to get deported in March. Oh, they even have a date for it. Oh, even a date. I've heard dates before, and I'm still here, Edward. Why are you so gullible? Oh, I know if it's on Discord, it must be true. Come on, get a grip, Mr. Savino. Which, of course, is not your name, but get a grip. Get a fucking clue. The word. Oh, yeah, if it's on Discord, it must be true. Ooh, if that's the case, I'd be dead, deported, jailed. My relationship would have been over. My girlfriend would have left me. I would have been kicked out of my house. If you have to follow all this nonsense and believe all this nonsense, that I don't have a good relationship, I think 10 years proves that. Stop being so gullible, Mr. Ed Savino. It's social media. That's all you need to know. It's social media. If I was going to be deported, I would have been deported already. There are bigger fish to fry with immigration they have. They got pogo cases. They got all kinds of shit going on. Some whacked out Filipina's fucking complaint against me is not high on their list. My gulai. Give me a fucking break. It gets old, Ed, that kind of shit. It just gets really old. If everything was going to happen to me or anybody else that they say was going to happen, there would be nobody on YouTube left. There would be no trolls left. There would be nobody. But they're still here, right? Well, other than Barry. We know what happened to him. Highly documented, highly truthful. Can't say any more about that. It is, sometimes, Edward, it is what it is, what it is. Okay? Or it's not. It's one thing or the other. Can't be in between. If you're that gullible to believe all that hullabaloo, really, it's hullabaloo, that's all it is, hullabaloo. They just like to have something to talk about. Their life might be different than yours or somebody else's. Maybe, you know, they got nothing else better to do but to chitter chatter about, and hey, men are the biggest gossipers than women. I don't care what you believe. I believe men are the biggest gossipers than women. No doubt. They're saying on Discord. Who the fuck gives a shit what they say on Discord? Does that rule your life? What they say on Discord? I don't go there. I have no reason to go there. I don't give a shit what they say on Discord. You act like that's the ruling party or something. That Discord is... You make it special if you listen to these clowns. Make them special. You do it on your own. You're helping their cause. Not for the cause of good, but the cause of bad. Why do you support that kind of shit? Beginning to wonder about you, Mr. Savino. Whether you should even be on my show. Well, I know you're a troll anyway. Go to a different name. I'm not stupid. Pretending to go along with what I say on here. Oh, yeah, I agree with you, Frank. And you're all full of shit. In my books, you're all full of shit. You're all full of shit. You just want to be part of the drama. Let's go to Frank's show. Let's pretend that we're supporting him. You're not. Truly not. Neither of other people come on my show. I wasn't born yesterday. I got some common sense. I have the ability to figure out who's full of shit and who's not. Who's being truthful, factual, or it's all fiction, it's all hearsay, and all just plain bullshit. It's not a fine line at all. It's either or. Discord. Who the fuck cares about Discord? I said, if Discord puts food on my fucking table, sends me a check every fucking month, I'll tolerate Discord and say, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. No, I agree with you. That's right, you're the man. It's like your employer, if you're employed, controls your whole life, what kind of a car you're gonna drive, what kind of a house you can afford. So if you want to be part of a group like this, you believe everything they say, they own you. You want to be owned by somebody? You want to be an indentured servant to these people? Go right ahead. Don't let me stop you, sir. I'm just saying. I may have a glitch on here for a minute. All right, anything else you want to share? And no, I have not seen Jay's link. I have not been there. It's obviously not that important who Aloe is. There was a time when I wanted to find out. Sorry about that. I told you it was going to be a little glitch according to where I went with my phone outside, unfortunately, but that does happen. So Aloe could go both ways. That could mean literally and figuratively. That's his thing. But I just love when I read this. Frank, they're saying on Discord. Oh, Discord. I have actually no opinion about people on Discord at all, except that they're going to say what they want to say, and it's up to you to believe it or not. There's some people on Discord that are supportive of me, and there's some people on Discord that are not. Is it going to change my world? Should I care whether they're supportive or not? As I said, don't put food on my table. So I don't give a fuck what people think about me on Discord or anywhere else. But I will give a message to Popeye. Popeye, your time is going to come. I really, truly feel it. I mean, I really do. All the bitterness that you have, you bestowed it upon yourself, Robert. They're all dropping like flies. You're on that list. I know you will. But like I said, you're not going to just die, Robert. You're going to uggle to death. You're going to uggle to death. Fugly, ugly. That's who you are. Externally and internally. And by the way, all your skits are getting really old. Same fucking video footage you put on there. Same shit. I'm surprised you don't have the cat on there going, You're just too predictable, Robert. You're just too predictable. I still believe what goes around comes around, Robert. Look at all the trolls that are now gone. I may outlive all y'all. Don't go by age. There's a lot of other factors involved. But I don't get the impression that you're very mobile, and I think that's true. And you're hiding from everybody. Your adopted son, Snicko, you haven't even met him. You haven't even met the dude. He's never met you. Because you're a recluse. You and your fucking phone or computer. Oh, I gotta put a skit on. Is that all you do with your life? Seriously, man? That's what you do? Honestly? That's pretty sad. Papa, you could call me every name in the book. Every innuendo you like about me, my girlfriend, her kids, the basketball team. What a pretty good basketball team, actually. Call me what you want, Papa. You're not hurting my feelings. You never have. I'm just witnessing a doofus. A guy who has absolutely no life at all, hasn't gotten laid for God knows how fucking long. You're bitter. And I guess you got reason to be. But even you could change your life around if you really wanted to. I just think you're happy with the status quo. That's what I think. God, and your daughter lives with you? What the hell does she have to put up with? I know. At least I have a daughter that's living with me. That should be his statement. But we don't know your relationship with your daughter, do we? No, you won't tell us that. You could be fighting and bitching with her day after day, night after night, for all we know. Not everything is always pitch perfect in the household, is it, Robert? You've had so much bitterness. You have things happen to you that you didn't like. Your career direction, you call it a career in the Navy. I don't care how many years you spent in the Navy. Where did you go with this? Where did you go with this? I think you had a better career when you worked for the Parks Department. The Parks Department. Good job. I was city, you're county. You were county. It's a good job. You did better off probably with the Parks Department than you did with your so-called Navy career. All the false valor crap that you spew out on your show. You were never in a fucking foxhole in your life. Except in training or something. Oh, how I remember that one show. There's nothing that in my memory. Where Popeye takes this somber voice. And they were talking about the military and shit, right? If you guys remember this. He goes this somber voice. You don't know what it's like. You were never there. I experienced some really hard things. Papa, you never went in the field. You were never in the field. You were never in a fucking foxhole. You were never on the front line. You didn't do battle with anybody. Stop with this false valor. Veterans should be pissed off at you. I bet there's a few out there that are. That's why he goes anonymous, so they won't put his picture, himself on camera. I know you pissed off a lot of people that are veterans, that have actually seen action. When they hear your false valor stories, they get pretty pissed off. I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. The only hole you've ever been in is the one that you're in right now, and you're in hiding all the time. That's the only hole you're in. Your life is in a hole. Your house is your hole. Afraid if anybody even mildly puts a threat against you. I remember the times you went into hiding for 6 months at a time, Robert. Nothing wrong with my memory on that. For this old, frail man. There's nothing wrong with my memory with that. When Rain Man, or whoever it was, there's a couple of people that were going to be in your area, and you knew that Rain Man, I think it was him, went to a couple of other people's houses too. So you know this guy meant business, so you went into hiding. It was at least 6 months. You went into hiding, you coward. You went into hiding. With that being said, you got a lot of shit ahead of you, Popeye, I'll tell you that. This old lady, Karma, she got an RSVP for you. Just waiting. You're going to go down like everybody else has on here. Roberto and everybody else. Ed Lippert, Roberto, Fazio, the list goes on. You're going to be one of them. You're going to be a statistic. How do I know this? I say I have a good instinct for stuff like this. You're not exactly an athletic person. And the only time you go to the park is on your little mobility scooter with all your little American flags on, like 10 of them. Probably have a little musical box on there playing some kind of a naval theme. Oh my God. You're a sick man, Popeye. As Billy Mumi said, hey, we'll get on with the show in a couple of minutes here. Let me go brush my hair, and I got to do one last thing, and I'll be right with you. Be right with you. All right. And we should get on with this, I guess. I got a few things I need to do here, but hey. Hey. Popeye is besides himself. Popeye's upset. Well, why is Popeye upset? Because Popeye graces my show, and you got to understand the history. He was part of Aloe's hate show and supported Aloe against a lot of people, not just myself. So Popeye used to be part of Aloe's hate show. Proud member. And Popeye's really upset that Aloe comes and converses a little bit of dialogue on my channel. Oh, he can't have that. He's upset. So he's been taunting Aloe, is what he's been doing. Taunting. Well, Popeye wants to have everybody to be on his side. Oh, and Popeye, your idea of going out with the boys to have some beers and watch the game. Why don't you tell the truth, Popeye? You're not going anywhere. You're going to sit, what you normally do, in front of your big screen TV, and you're going to watch the football game at home alone because you don't have any friends. Hey, come on, guys. It's at least fun to listen to anyway, I think we've gotten to know what Popeye's all about, Mr. Robert Clausen. No, his idea of a boys' night out is sitting by the TV, watching his game, a Camel in one hand, and a stiff glass of gin in the other hand. And if he's not looking at me or my girlfriend Gilda, if he is, he's jacking off. But he works for the Pox department. I had my career, 20 years in the Navy. Now I'm making all kinds of money, not to mention my Pox department gig and my Social Security. Well, I don't know, the way I look at it, if you're making all that money, what are you doing with it? You're home. You can't walk unless you're assisted. You could go over to your buddy's house and watch the big game. But who's going to help you up to help you get up on your legs and cheer? Touchdown, and touchdown to the floor. You're a sad case, Robert, you really are. But you do entertain me. Frank is this, Frank is that. It never ends until you croak, really. I know that. I realize that now. or until something happens with me, and you'll still do shows about me because you have nothing to talk about. What if I got off YouTube for good? What would you have to talk about? That's a good question. Keeps on talking about his illustrious naval career. And what did he say about the Navy? They don't go in foxholes? Since when? And I'm no expert on the military and what they do. You saying to me that the Navy doesn't incorporate ground forces when they need? Is that what you're saying? You know, the expert in naval military protocol? That's what you're saying. That's not true. They deploy troops on land as well as on a ship. It's not like they're stuck on there in some fucking prison. Unless you're on a submarine crew and you're going to be there for 6 months if you don't kill each other from being pretty much locked up with your gunny mates and whatever. They do get to go on land. Not just to go drink and get laid like you did, Popeye. Of course, have to pay for it. You did not have an illustrious career in the Navy, not even close. And you're the one that was probably picking up the condoms in the parks department job with the county. The parks department. I did listen to Popeye's show, but not all of it, because I actually had better things to do. And it was the same rhetoric. It's just another day, another show. Same shit. Making up shit about me all the time. He knows so much about my life, and he's such an expert on me. Well, I say to that, unless you actually live with me, poops, you don't know shit about my life. I got things that you don't have. I don't know, maybe you have 2 pensions. You make more money than I do as far as income from a pension of some sort. Maybe. The question is, what are you doing with that money? Sitting around listening to me, creating skits about me, and you make all this supposed good money from your illustrious career? When did that go downhill? Or are you crippled because your wife beat the shit out of you after you tried to beat the shit out of her, which, caused the divorce? If that's the case, I salute her. I don't have to be in the service to salute. I salute her. Collateral damage. Collateral damage in his part is that he lost his fucking monkey-ass mind. So why are you so upset, Popeye, about Aloe coming on my show? Why does that bother you? Why does that bother you so much? You thought you had Aloe in your back pocket or something? I mean, what's the real story behind that? Aloe's not in anybody's back pocket. He's not in mine, he's not in yours, he's not in anybody's back pocket. Aloe's pretty independent of his thoughts. He may be an influencer, but he's not influenced by what people have to talk about, like you. Aloe at least has a capability of making his own decisions in his life. I believe he's living a far better life than you, Pops. Travels all over the place. You're at home with your daughter, your caregiver. God, I bet she's waiting for you to croak. I can imagine if you're so argumentative on YouTube, on social media, I can imagine in real life what goes on between you and your daughter. She's just waiting for you to croak. Get the house, any residual money you might have in a bank. She's waiting for that day. She doesn't have to be your caretaker anymore. That's a big responsibility for a child to take care of their father. They got children of their own, a life of their own, and they got to attend to someone that should be in a fucking hospice room rather than staying in that fucking unmaintained house. So what if Aloe comes on my show? He hasn't been causing trouble with me, despite the past. Oh, somebody had agreed with Popeye on something or said something positive. Geoff. Jeff. Let's give a cheer for Geoff. Oh, Jeff, sorry. Let's indoctrinate him into Popeye's web of hate. Is Geoff, Geoff, dumb enough to fall for that shit? I don't know. I don't know much about the guy. This is how he recruits people. By feeding them a lot of false information about other people that Popeye has a problem with. Let's indoctrinate this guy Geoff into his little web of deceivery, of hate, of jealousy, of envy. Popeye, I'll be honest, I could not live your life. There's no way in the world I could live your life. I'd rather take a gun to my head than to be you and live your life. I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. A certain moment of depression would drive me over the fucking edge if I had to be you. In other words, I'm trying to say in a polite way, it sucks to be you, Robert Clausen. Excuse me, I'm looking for something here for my eye. You wonder why when I get online I wear sunglasses. Not trying to hide anything. I've got very sensitive eyes because of my allergies. You hear me sniffing now. For a while I wasn't having much of a problem, but it must be the season. 'Tis the season, I guess. Let's see, did I have my eye drops in here? Oh, this one I'm looking for. Oh, eye drops. I get irritations all the time. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Found it. I'm gonna instill a couple of eye drops in my left eye here. Something ain't broke, my man. You don't fix it. Ain't nothing broke. I've been living off the dole, he's saying. Well, it's like this. Ah. Ooh, that kind of stings. Yowzer. Ah, hold on a minute. What Popeye fails to understand is you have to have worked in order to get benefits. That's the way it works. Or you go on basically government welfare like Barry, which is really all it is. Because Barry never put the time in. He didn't have enough hours to get, well, he's not old enough yet either to get regular Social Security. I think what he was on was basically welfare security, as far as Barry's concerned. And he's probably not getting any of that now. But I'm sorry to disappoint you there, Robert, but you had to have worked in order to get these benefits. I assure you, I worked a lot harder than you did in what you did in your life. I wasn't afraid to lift something up. I wasn't afraid to use a hammer. I wasn't afraid to exert myself. I took on jobs that most people would not want to take or were afraid to take. Money is money. As long as what you're doing is not illegal, you got nothing to bitch about. But you're a bitch anyway. That's why you bitch a lot, because you are a bitch. Again, Popeye's bravery behind the computer, being 15,000 miles away. She figures he could shoot his mouth off all he wants. We kind of been down this road before. You know, it's one thing about life. There's really nothing guaranteed in life. And I mean all the way around. Even for you, Popeye. The happiest day will come when I find out that you fucking croaked. That'll be the happiest day of my life. Other than Barry being put where he should be and is currently. I know you're wrong about Barry, as much as I like to agree with you on this one. Barry's not going to be in there a long time. Barry will be out before you know it. And that's coming from me. That's coming from me. The big expert on what everybody does in their life and what's in store for me. Oh, what is it? January. I'm going to be deported. Then he says, oh, well, don't worry. He does a poll on it. Is this just wishful thinking, Popeye? Popeye, half the things you say to me, I wish. And I'm not a praying man. But I'd get down on my knees and I'd pray to this God and say, please come in front of me and say the things you said about me and Gilda. Gilda should not be part. Oh, because she's been on my show a couple of times? That gives you poetic. Do you know why Popeye joined the Navy? Because he couldn't get any other job. I don't know if a lot of people are aware of this. People know that, you know, without having a great education, without knowing how to do anything, he's probably never lifted a hammer in his life or a tool, except cleaning rags, to clean the railings, or a mop to swab the decks of the ship he was on. He doesn't know what hard work. I know what hard work is. I absolutely do. Some of the jobs I've done, he could never do, physically, ever. Oh, I'll guarantee you that. Can you see Popeye in the hold of a big freighter ship, tossing 60-pound bags of flour, or sand, or cement? I don't think he'd ever be able to do that. I did that. And that was hard for me. That was really hard. I didn't stay on that job. But 2 months, that's it. That took its toll. He wouldn't last 2 days, if not 2 hours, on a job like that I had. I know what hard work is. And you don't know the reason I was getting, you still don't. You don't know the reason I was getting on a disability status. You still don't. And I've still never told. And all this shit about Dodge drafting. It's getting old. That's getting old. As somebody actually had the balls to mention on his show in the comments, Frank would not be inducted into service if he had bad hearing. Well, bully for the person who made that comment. It ends that story. Nobody was dodging the draft. Not even close. I'm glad that happened because, well, first of all, I'll tell you straight up, I'm not going to go fight a war that I don't believe in. You could be rah-rah America all the hell you want. That's fine. I love America. Actually, I hate America. I just don't like what America is today. There's a big difference. The America that I grew up in was not like it is today. I think everybody would agree with me on that. He don't know what hard work is. He joined the Navy because he didn't know what else to do. He had no talents. He didn't know what to do. So he joined the Navy. That's a lot of people join the service. They're employed. They figure, let me join the service. They'll wipe their ass for you to give you 3 squares a day. Popeye in his situations never saw any action other than swabbing a deck or kissing the ass of or acting as the subordinate that he always was to everybody. He was subordinate to everybody. His illustrious career. I haven't heard anything about your career. does sound what I would deem to be illustrious, but he sure builds up on it. He goes, Navy people don't go in foxhole. Did you hear that one statement? Any Navy people out there? Want to reiterate on this? Do you want to come back with me on this? Not everything is fought from the ships. The way Popeye acts like that, nobody leaves the ship. I don't have to be in the Navy to know that. Nobody leaves the ship. Well, they sure leave and for sure leave and get laid and get drunk. But to make like a lame comment or innuendo or something that, you're not going to catch Navy people in a foxhole. Come on, Robert. What did you really do? You embarrass yourself every time you make a show about me. Every single time. You ever hear of Navy SEALs, Popeye? They leave the ship. They even go underwater, Popeye. Oh, yeah. And they actually leave the water. And they actually go on land, Popeye. So Popeye's trying to say, with all the glory in his experience, is that Navy people don't go in foxholes or don't create foxholes or never had the opportunity or the reason and purpose to dig a foxhole to give themselves some kind of protection against the adversity that was going on, whatever skirmish that they were fighting. And there's always a skirmish or war. Popeye doesn't know what wartime is. And going back to Vietnam era, these people were actually in the field. Most of them. They know what real fighting is. They know what real danger is. Popeye could not have survived in Vietnam. Not even remotely. He'd be one of the first people killed in a field. He has no clue what warfare is. But the thing about the foxhole, that's hilarious. I don't mean to make a big deal about that. But yeah, has everybody heard of Navy SEALs? Yeah, they actually infiltrate land too. Imagine that. They actually get off these ships. Navy even has aircraft. You should know that. They're not always on the ship. But Popeye says that, or implies that it's a big joke about foxholes. God, Popeye, you're really getting desperate for material. You really are. Wow. You're pathetic, amongst a lot of other words. I wouldn't want to be you for any money in the world, Robert. But we understand why you're frustrated, and I'll say it time and time again, like you do on your shows about everything you talk about, redundancy, same rhetoric. I'll say it again myself. No woman wants you, Popeye. Since your wife divorced you, you have not been with one fucking woman, or find a woman who would put up to your drunken rage, your capacity to use your fist against a helpless woman. Yeah. Because if people don't know the history of Robert Clausen, he struck his wife like Popeye did his, like Barry did. Only he got away with it. Barry did, and he went to jail for 6 months. His wife probably beat the shit out of him after that. And she was smart enough to leave his cowardly ass. Popeye drinks like a fish. Many times I've heard the glasses clang on his table. He's just got to pay attention when he does a show. Popeye makes fun of me because I smoke. Anything he can grab out of his grab bag. Listen to his voice from one smoker to another. He smokes, and he smokes a lot. Now, I exaggerate, I say camel, but I could be right. He's got that graspy voice of a smoker. Mine ain't as bad. I'm sure there's been some changes to me through the years and subtle changes I never realized, but you could listen to Popeye and you know that he smokes. I have no doubt about it at all. Just like one tweaker could figure out another tweaker. They know. Oh, the foxhole thing. Oh my God. The foxhole. Let's get back to Aloe for a second here. Popeye's jealous of the fact that Popeye comes on my show. I don't force Aloe to come on my show. He does it by his own free will. And I don't block him. Because when he does come on my show, he's not attacking me. Sure, my memory's fine about the past, what he's done. And what he's done even up to this time, or what he may actually be behind. But when he comes on my show, and he's not on the attack, could actually hold a decent dialogue with me, I don't mind him being on my show. He could come on right now if he's on. I haven't blocked Aloe. But see, Popeye thought he was part of a very, shall I say, exclusive club when Triple R created a channel with Popeye being one of the golden members. Yes, it was a hate show. Exactly. They said it was. They admitted it. We're a hate show. Popeye says, oh, I'm so full of hate, attacking people all the time. Am I really? Look at Popeye's track record. It's just not me. It's just not me. Popeye's been on attack with a lot of people through the past decade. He fails to remember that. But people have memories. They know what he said and done. I can't even count the number of people that he's been on the attack with that didn't agree with him on something. He got his feelings butt hurt. Oh, I enjoyed it that time when him and Gary were drunk and they were on Triple R or something. And Gary was giving Popeye shit. Popeye, his voice went into a strain, I swear. It went into a strain. He was yelling at Gary. You know what he does? He backed off. Gary apparently was winning the argument and Popeye backed off. He disconnected from the live stream. He ran away like he normally does. The big Navy hero. The security guard. The Parks Department worker. That was your best job, actually. Newbie, morning. It Poops needs to lay off the dudes. Well, this is what a coward does. It's not just Popeye. It's a lot of people, but since we're talking about him. And he said it himself. I'm like 15,000 miles away. I'm not even in the Philippines. I'm going to say what I want, and I'm going to get away with it. And he says, in exact words, there's not a goddamn thing you could do about it. Well, I've heard that story before, like a guy named Barry Lee Jordan. Where's Barry Lee Jordan? And by the way, Popeye, something you got to think about. We're both U.S. citizens. I'm not a Filipino citizen. I can still get your ass from 15,000 miles away. He doesn't think about that. And let's just say I made a trip to the States. Or let's just say the scenario that he's hoping for is for me to get deported. And I had to wind up back in the U.S. of A. Who's to prevent me from making a casual trip to Florida, go on vacation? Check out the beaches, check out all the towns I've never seen. I've been in Florida before. I may wind up in your neighborhood, invite you out for a cup of tea. You got to think ahead. And you got to think logically, Popeye. What can happen could happen. You're not that protected. Look how Rain Man, and I wasn't sure it was Rain Man, but I think it was, went around to 3 different trolls' houses. had the balls to do that. And who was attacked from behind? Was it what's his name? Mexican Jew. That some coward attacked him from behind. You see, this kind of shit could happen. Just like Popeye ran off the show and Gary was getting the best of the duel that they had going on in a hate show. And Popeye just ran off and he disconnected. Popeye gets to the point, he gets so sensitive that although he has a lot to say when he puts on like a scheduled skit or whatever, or a hate show or a simulcast, when he gets under pressure, he runs away. How do I know this? Because I've experienced 10 years of him. I've had the experience with him. I've seen his shows. And how many times he ran away from adversity. It's just common knowledge. Not just coming from me. It's common knowledge. Popeye's that little chihuahua with the big bark. But when it came to an actual confrontation, he'd piss his pants or just piss into his fucking catheter that he probably wears. Probably because his bladder can't retain the urine. He's got to wear a catheter or piss all over his fucking pants. As I said, Poops, your time is going to come. Oh, no. I'm not threatening you, sir. I'm not threatening you at all. There's a lot of people that really don't like you. And just because you have trolls come on your channel, it does not mean that these people actually like you, Robert. They just like a little drama, that's all. And they listen to what you have to say. And they cheer you on and all that to give you a false sense of purposeness in your life. Well, if you could only get it from there, then I guess that's the only way you could get it, you know. Like they say, even negative attention is still attention. So there you go on that. As you would say, there you go. There you go. Anyway, that's all I came on to say. Okay, I'm about out of here. But yeah, I did listen to some of his rebuttaling, as I call it. The simulcast. Popeye, you've been a loser all your life. You have demonstrated it to us in so many ways we cannot possibly count. Because you go back a decade on here, as well as some of us do, including myself. We've heard what you had to say about people. You never hardly had a kind word for anybody except to induct them into your little hall of hate. Like when this guy Geoff comes on. You start sucking Geoff's dick right away. Let's give a hand for Geoff. Let's give a hand for him. Everybody go to his channel and subscribe. That's how Popeye sucks these people in. I don't think Geoff has a clue who Popeye is. Oh, he wouldn't try to go into Popeye's wings. But people will get educated when they find out more about Popeye's history. Then they'll understand. Popeye, yes, it's true. I don't like you at all. And believe me, if I had the opportunity, accidentally or accidentally on purpose, to meet up with you, I would welcome that opportunity. Oh, no. We're not threatening you here. I just want to see how you react when I'm not just a voice on this device. When I'm actually standing in front of you, you little creep. All right, all right, all right. Good afternoon. I don't know if you could hear that drums and horrible horn playing in the background. It seems to be a national theme or something where I don't know, they teach these kids in school, or it's the same drum beat. Listen, listen. It almost sounds like a bullfight, the beginning of a bullfight, you know, with the horn section on there. All right, they stopped for a moment. I don't know. For some reason, they don't teach the kids out here how to play other than one song in a parade. That's another phenom in the Philippines, actually. They'll start up again. Probably can't hear it very well. Their trumpets, whatever, are not playing at the moment. Okay. Steven or Stefan. Whatever sounds better to you. If it's Stephen, it's Stefan. Which means Stevens. Let's just call the fucker Steven. Christ, we got a thumbs up right away. It is newbie. Oh, shepherd's pie, man. What are you talking about? You making shepherd's pie? Boy, you're making me hungry. Tell you that. I could go for a shepherd's pie. Big time. Big time. I mean, big time. It's done right. Yeah, you can hear it now. Tell me if you hear that. Trumpet. No matter where you go, no matter what town you go through, it's like Universal or something. They teach them to play one thing with the drums, one thing with the trumpets. Another phenom about the Philippines I just can't figure out. No, Stephen always starts his show. Yeah. I, shepherd's pie. He doesn't say, who are you talking about? No, he says, hello, all you lovely people. I don't know who you're talking about. He makes up every single story on his show. He doesn't go anywhere. How could he hold these stories and know all these people? How is that even humanly possible? How is it possible? I just don't know how. Because I haven't been on since this morning, and I was watching Stranger Things on TV, which I have not followed this thing. It's just too fucking weird. But I catch him in lies all the time. Here's the thing. People eventually run out of material. Like Popeye, he'll use the same fucking little video skits and all that shit. You run out of things to talk about. Frank this, Frank that, Frank this. It's the same shit. But because it's about me, they'll sit and listen and watch Popeye blow his horn and, get his rocks off on me, and then the final discharge, ejaculation of his mouth. There you go. Well, thanks for listening, folks. And there you go. There he does go. I guarantee you that the Stefan, whatever the fuck his name is the biggest storyteller in YouTube history, along with Mike's Philippine Interest. Two particular people. Mike's Philippines, or whatever his name, Mike's Philippines, whatever adventure, whatever. Mike with the baseball cap and built like a turtle and covers his balding head with his cap all the time. Always has his Ohio, sports uniforms, whatever, hanging on his fucking wall, this decoration. One of them, armchair wannabe athletes. Yeah, I think you figure out who he is. They both tell stories. I tell lots of stories, but my stories are real, based on my experience, based on fact. But you see, you got to carry the momentum of your show. Now, these guys are highly, highly, highly dependent on their income from YouTube. They're not making a fortune, but it makes a difference on what they're making as a pension or whatever it might be. You got to keep the momentum. It's like, you got to keep the algorithm going. I hate that word. I just hate that word, algorithm. Got to keep the algorithm going. So you have to come on often, and you have to put on a show. You're obligated. You're obligated. Because they want to make the same amount of money they make normally, or they want to make more. And they get upset when they make less. They blame it on the algorithms. Not the topic matter, but they blame it on the algorithms. He is an idiot, yeah. So Stephen is full of shit. The guy doesn't go anywhere. Rarely does he go anywhere. Well, I met this guy, and this guy was doing this with immigration or something on his last show or something. And he talked to this guy all the time, and he's doing this and doing that. Or I got an email from somebody. They always say about the emails, like Mike's Philippines retirement. Oh yeah, he's like overburdened with emails. People want knowledge from him. They're all calling him to ask him questions, and oh my. As I said, we got characters on here, man. I tell you what, I am actually truly getting burnt out on this shit. I mean, I'm really getting burnt out on this shit. I'd rather hear my own fucking voice than hear these people. But I'm always tempted to at least go on there and see what the idiots are talking about. Then when I see they're making it up, it's like, oh, fuck. I could listen to a real story very well. If it was a factual, honest story that somebody's sharing about somebody they actually know, But then you get people like Paul. I haven't been on to his show in a while, I must admit, because Paul bores the shit out of me. His groggy voice. Paul's got some health conditions. He does. And if anybody should quit smoking, it's definitely Paul. That's for sure. But getting away from that, either they have to invite somebody on their show to make it interesting, or they're always coming to the help of somebody. Let's build her a new roof. And while we're at it, let's rebuild her house. All to get brownie points for their show. Oh, Paul, you're such a nice guy, helping people, and oh my God. Good afternoon, mate. Happy New Year. You too, sir. I hope it'll be a happy New Year. But I can't find myself to do more than 5 minutes or skim through somebody's show, if it's already been on, to get the gist of what they're talking about. But I could not subject myself with certain people on here to listen to the crap that's coming out of their mouth. Made up stories. Even Jimbo, the other guy, Jim's Asian Adventures, is another storyteller. I met this guy the other day, and when he was in Cambodia, he didn't meet shit. His girlfriend even booted him out of the country. Now he's getting so desperate that he wants to go probably back to the Philippines because his girlfriend or wife, Dexel, is setting him up. Oh, I suppose I'd let him come back, but... And when she's the one that was also saying that all the horrible things and the verbal abuse and everything he's done to her, but the money's running out. The money's running out. That's why she wants him back. She'll consider him coming back. Well, he's my husband. Oh, but abusive is okay, but he's my husband. But he's my husband. Get fucking real. Do you believe in anyone having a New Year resolution? No. Nobody keeps to their resolutions. I've tried that before. Well, my resolution might come true. I might be actually getting off this fucking thing finally. I sort of set a date. There was two options I set for myself, that if I didn't get off, that I would get away from the live streaming platform and I would just upload things on there and not particularly allow the comments on there. Now, I've seen a lot of shows like that and they do real well. Not that I'm looking to get monetized and all that shit, because I'm not. There's no stress with it. There's no strain with it. You put on a show, say what you want to say. People will listen to it. You don't have to deal with the bargain basement people on there. You don't have to deal with the personalities on there and the trolls with their sock accounts and all that shit. That's kind of my secondary, perhaps a secondary thing, maybe alternative. No, your resolutions. Make a resolution not to make resolutions. That's what I say. That's what I say. I can make a resolution. I'm not going to eat donuts anymore when somebody brings them over, but I'll guarantee you that I get hungry enough for a snack. I don't have that total self-control. The fortunate thing about me is I don't eat a lot of sugary shit. It doesn't mean I don't indulge in it here and there. I absolutely do, but you're not going to see me drinking a Coca-Cola, that's for goddamn sure, any soda. You're not going to see me buy a bag of potato chips around here, junk food like that. Oh, no. But every now and then, like today, we had these, her daughter just come back from Japan, and she gave us couple of these little bags, these little individually wrapped kind of chocolates and some kind of a wafer of some sort of a crust, and they were really good. I like them cold. Chocolate, I like cold. I don't like warm chocolate. It's messy on your hand, but it tastes better cold. I like cold chocolate. But yeah, if you're especially hungry between meals, that kind of satiates me, between meals, to have a little sweet like a chocolate or something like that. Yeah. Fuck YouTube, bro. It's fucking shit these days. Oh, tell me about it. I've been on for 10 years, man. Nah, bro, swearing, you can't do that. What are you saying? Nah, bro, swearing, you can't. I can't do what? I can't do what? Don't speak cryptic. Well, I can swear. I'm a grown man. What are you trying to tell me? You're speaking cryptic here. You're writing. What are you trying to say? You say, nah, bro, swearing, you can't do that. Sounds to me, well, I can swear. Are you guys talking to each other? So, okay. Fuck you too, bro. It's fucking shit these days. Well, I wouldn't argue with that. It really has. It's not even the adversity. It's not even that. There's so much adversity on here, especially toward me. They don't have a reason to rhyme for the adversity, but they still do it. But getting beyond the adversity factor, there's just nothing interesting to listen to anymore, man. That's why people love listening to all the drama shit. Who said who about what and all that. I got involved in that too. Everybody did. It becomes so entirely boring. Okay, thank you. You subbed, thank you. Too much Christmas alcohol for amazing. Did you see the Abo link? No, man, I still didn't get around to that. God damn, it's right on Abo's show? Okay, I'll have to do that this afternoon. I just haven't had any inclination to look at it. I don't know. I don't know why. Like I said, maybe I can't stand looking at his face on the icon on the thumbnail. I don't know. He's someone I just cannot stomach. all about what? All about aloe, right? I have to admit, it was better when the Hunchback drama was in action. Yeah, Barry was more interesting in that. Well, his interest got him in jail, and I helped him out quite a bit to achieve that. But Barry was worth watching because he was this dumbass hillbilly, and he just exuded a lot of that hillbilly personality, and it was fun to watch. And how he's going to screw up. He couldn't do math. He couldn't, you know, when he was chain smoking on there and drinking and begging people for money and yeah. In a sense, yeah. I mean, it was better watching Barry than some of these people. I can't think of one show on here that I could truly say that I like a lot. Even Amazing Philippines sold out. He sold out. I like him, by the way, and he doesn't do any bad on his show. But he gave in to capitalism like everybody does. And he's always pushing JRC's real estate stuff and his services. He's getting paid for it. Because I said, it's all about the money on here. I'm not saying that somebody don't feel like they're doing a service. I do a big service to people on here, and I talk about a lot of interesting stuff, but I don't expect money from it. I'm not even monetized or trying to be, but, I think Rod sold out. He sold out, and that's too bad. All he talks about is JRC and his services. I've met JR. He's a good guy and all that shit, but, he pushes. In fact, JRC pushes Paul, the old dog. I walk in the office there. He's got a big screen in it, and he's showing Paul and his interview with Paul. JR was showing it on his screen, who's an advocate for JRC services. I'm saying this is all just smoke and mirrors of getting popular. And JR, of course, well, he don't mind somebody, pushing his goods and what services he has because it helps him out, of course. But everybody's a sellout. Everybody's a sellout. Yeah, watching Bummer's shows was so entertaining. Watching a trainer, well, that's why people watched him. Oh, Aloe's back. Hello. Just got an absolutely boring afternoon. I was watching Netflix Stranger Things. I never watched it thoroughly through. I mean, it's hard to keep up on this series. It's too bizarre. I still have no clue what it's all about. I watched it because there's nothing else on. Yeah. Good afternoon, Alamo de Winter. Sorry, a.k.a. Damien. LOL. Aloe, they asked me, have you seen the link on Jay's show? I still haven't gone to that link. I still haven't, honestly. I still haven't gone there to see the link about you. Haven't even seen it. No. Oh, if I searched out the House of Guinness, I don't think I did. Because I'm not finding out. Do you have any special Netflix? I got the straight shot on that. There's no frills to it. This is just a basic Netflix, whatever's on there. There's no more current things playing. There's, it's just old stale movies and shit like that. I'd have to punch in a search engine on there. I think if it allows it, I know YouTube allows me to do that. I watch YouTube movies on the TV, and I don't mean like your, the genre shows people here in the community, but I watch that on my phone. But movies and stuff, I'll watch on the big screen. Yeah. Alice says some already said it's not me because they found a clip with the voice of the guy. Well, nobody should be believing what's on YouTube anyway. Yeah, like they said they got my situation with the immigration thing. Oh yeah, they got the paperwork and all that. I think my lawyers are getting upset with me. It wouldn't be the first time. They said, Frank, how many times I got to tell you? They can't do that. You're letting these people upset you. He said, I'm not upset about it, I told him. Because, I mean, yes, I know they can't get this private info, but I need you to always look at this. And they did, and they made note of it. They hard copied it, and got a copy of Jay's show, okay, for legal purposes. Because, yeah, it is fraudulent stuff on there. Big time. Big time. Let's see. I'm watching a movie now on Netflix called The Bag Man. Robert De Niro's movie. I was getting a little bit lately into De Niro stuff, but okay. Alice says, I will do a few vlogs about it and explain why it's not me. Yeah, certainly. I'm still waiting for you to put that fucking video up, man. With Jay, to follow the situation, or you got the one with Jay's been living with Barry and he's crying on there. I can't take it anymore. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. That's the one I really want. That's the one I really want, if you could find that. Leave me alone. I can't take it anymore. And he's having a fucking nervous breakdown. Well, see if you could find that one, seriously, and put it on. I'd appreciate that. You go into Manila. Oh, yeah, Jay snorting sugar is his Oh, that guy is so messed up, man. He is so messed up. It's not that he doesn't realize it. He knows he is. Jay is just like Barry. Jay, no wonder they hung together. Jay is just lashing out at the world is what he's doing. Because he knows he's so fucked up. His living situation with his mom, that he still has to live with his mom. The fact that, he abandoned 2 children that he had from Filipinos in the Philippines, and all the shit he's done. His drinking habit, his absolute chain smoking habit, and whatever else he does. He knows he's fucked up. I mean, he's really messed up, dude. Yeah, Ricky hasn't been doing too many shows. Kevin, I wonder what's going on with him. Kevin always needs to make money. And I know he had his knee operation, but that's a little while back now. He's got to be recuperating from that, but it's kind of unusual for Kevin not to be on. Okay, on a more serious note, I think Jay has a mental... Oh, I know he has a mental... Are you kidding? He's a very lost soul. Do you see how sensitive he is? When you did the thing about his dad and other things, and how sensitive Jay is? Oh, sure, it pisses off me, people talking about my long-gone parents, but his reaction was like, award-winning. Jay is very sensitive. Oh, gosh. I mean, really sensitive. Say something he don't want to hear, and he comes back, and that's when he does more shows on you because, hey, you hurt my feelings, and he's got to say something bad about you. He gets really hell-bent. Pity the fool. Pity the fool. I don't pity him at all. I don't pity Barry, and I don't pity him. I don't pity Popeye. We just gave him a dose of his own medicine. He called on his subs to come after our kids and family. Yeah, he did. So we turned things around and did it to him. I remember. People forget about that. Not that I care to have a reason. I really don't, but that's the truth. Yeah, I was familiar with what was going on at the time, and you turned the tables on him. And he didn't like it, did he? That's what they all are here, Al. You turn the table, they don't mind throwing mud pies at you or me or whatever. But when you turn the tables on them, they just fall apart, man. The main thing is we all know how messed up these people are. That's all that matters. We don't have to press the point all the time. We know the source of all the bullshit on here. Now, what I was just talking about on my show in the beginning is this guy, Steven. He now calls himself Philippines Dreaming or something. He was, you know what I'm talking about. Hello, you lovely people. His original show is expat living in the Philippines or something. This guy is one of the biggest bullshit artists, as a few are. Many are, excuse me. This guy makes up his stories and people believe him. Oh, this guy I met, he never leaves his house, and his wife and kid, and his dog. He don't go anywhere except walks in the wooded area near his house. He does not go anywhere. He does not go anywhere. Yeah, Philippines through the eyes of an expat. Doesn't he call himself something new now? He changed his title. Philippines Dreamer now. He turned him into... Wasn't that somebody else's title of a show? Yeah, Philippines through the eyes of an expat. Yeah. The fairy failed once again. Oh, let's see. Alice says, actually, talk about Jay, he thinks he is dangerous or intimidating. He's really just a sad nobody. Well, I've always known that. I tolerate Jay, you know. He's not intolerable. I tolerate him because I'm laughing at him. I'm looking at his lifestyle and I'm looking at mine. Two whole different worlds. Completely different. And I'm glad we got 15 people aboard. It's that time of the afternoon. It gets fucking boring around here. People say, well, what are you going to do for New Year's, Frank? It's just another day. Oh, yeah, it's just some ham and stuff, whatever. We're going to... You know what they do? In the Philippines, they 12 o'clock at New Year's for New Year's Eve. Or after, it's New Year's Eve. The eating at, midnight. They're eating food, Filipino thing. Yeah. I'll go to bed at my normal fucking time. I'll just say, hey, if you have to, just wake me up at 12, He threatened to contact my employer. Hey, I'm familiar with that kind of stuff. I pissed a few people off on that one. Oh, they were pissed. Weirdest thing is Jay's height. He's about 5'2" max. Like, he's somewhere around Barry's height, around there. Alice says, I will join one of these New Year's Eve countdowns. Where? Pardon me. Oh, there'll be some fireworks going off in the neighborhood here. I'm sure of that. And problem is you don't have an employer. That'd be kind of hard to do, won't it? I know two people that were pretty pissed off on me on that. And I got a third person, Roberto. When I had 2 times police come to his fucking house, man. Yeah, I had the balls to do that, man. That was fantastic. They actually did come. Oh, yeah. They embarrassed him in front of his fucking family, man. Well, rest in peace. Okay, Aloe, what's the story with Roberto? What do you know about the Roberto theory? And the theory about John Blaze dying in a motorcycle accident? Alice says, I'm not trying to be a smartass, but small men often try to overcompensate their small height with grandstanding. Well, like a small dog, they have a bigger bite. A bigger bark. Roberto is fine. He is just fed up with all the YouTube nonsense. Well, I think his wife has something to do with that. I'm not even sure he's still with her. Because I'm pretty sure she's caught him doing a lot of crazy things, yelling at people and all this shit on YouTube. She probably told him it's, YouTube or me. I came pretty close to that myself, Owes us a show. No, I believe about the Alzheimer's, and I'll tell you why. Because I had saw that somebody shared with me a Facebook page of Roberto. It was a real page, and he was trying to get people desperately to support the Alzheimer's foundations. Generally, when that happens, it means that you have Alzheimer's, okay, or someone you love. But usually, when it's happening to them, where they never thought about Alzheimer's before, apparently he has it in his family. I think his brother had it. Alan Winter says he went to the Philippines back then and maybe realized there are other things in life than trolling. Nah, nah, no, not Roberto. Nothing stopped him. Even if he didn't do a show, he'd do a show with a title on it with nothing on there, insulting me to get a reaction. Just like Dave Phelps, he's not off YouTube. I don't buy it. He's one of the trolls. He's always been out there. Donate says he had Alzheimer's when he would schedule his shows and not show up every other day. Yeah, well, no, I believe something is going on with Roberto. I really believe that. Couldn't happen to a better person. Couldn't stand the guy. I don't know who I hate more. And I hate to use that word hate. Hate to use the word hate. It's too much of it. Let's say, who do I dislike more? Jay, Roberto, or Popeye? If I had to go through all three, I say Popeye number one, Roberto definitely number two, because he talks shit about Gilda all the time. Yeah, I think in that order. Roberto's family was exposed to nuke testing in the Bikini Atoll. Oh, nothing would surprise me. The bottom line, they're all fucking losers. I could talk up a story about these people, but it all comes down to one thing. They got in common. They're all fucking losers. Look at their lifestyle. Am I lying? Look at Big Kevin. You know, he crashed in Thailand. Crashed in his life before he went to Thailand, had to come back, you know. Look at all these people. Fazio crashed and burned. Look at all these people. All fucked up. Look at Popeye, the life he's living. Crash and burn. You know, Roberto. Pinoy Troll hasn't been around for a long time. I know he started to do his show a year or so ago. I don't know, he was just talking in his language. Has he still got a show up there or something? Pinoy Troll. Pinoy Troll. Now, he was a character. Boy, he used to put down those beers, I'll tell you that. We had a lot of back and forth, me and Pinoy Troll. Papuli. What is that, Elo? Papul. What is that? What's Papul? Then Donate says radioactive canoes. Oh, as far as Roberto's family. It's radioactive. This song, it's radioactive. I'm just not getting the kick out of YouTube that I used to. Even with the adversity, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. I'm just not feeling it anymore. Frank, there are two Aloe de Winters. Papu is how they call the other guy. And what does that mean, Papu? You mean Roberto's heritage, or what they call the... I don't know what you're talking... I don't know. Papu. In what language? What nationality? Hey, Papu, Papu, Papu. By the way, how long has it been now since Popeye died? I'm really losing track of time. Fazio, when did Fazio die? Because I tell you, time is going by real fast. And no, I don't miss Fazio's shows at all. He really gave me a visceral effect just listening to him. And his shows could go on for 8 straight hours, 6 to 8 hours. Because common denominator is he was lonely. Fake aloe alert? You don't think that's the real Alla di Vinta? I don't know. I tried hitting his icon, but it's not coming up. Anybody want to try that? Oh, so we have a fake aloe on here too? There's an Aloe Davinta 96. Hey, look, half the time I don't know who is who on here anyway. If they come on my show, if they're not attacking me or something, they're always welcome. I don't know. There's so many people going into stock account names and going into somebody else's name. How many times people have used my name? I mean, I'm looking at the avatar. Same avatar. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah. The Aloe Davinta. I'll get rid of that person. Okay. Not to confuse things. Okay, I got rid of him. Okay, now we're good. Of course people use fake names. Gotcha. I got rid of him. Mr. Uranus. Yeah, generally you do, yeah. I don't know. I think I've gotten so burned out. I mean, there's so many things that I cover on my show that, I'm always ahead of myself. And I can't seem to stay in one topic on my show because I'm always kind of meandering around. Other topics come in. And maybe that's why people like to listen to me, but I don't bore them to death like some shows on here. I start off with one topic and I end up on the other side of the spectrum somewhere, Yeah, the other guy's not 96, not 22 aboard anyway at this time in the afternoon. That's pretty unusual for this time in the afternoon here. Usually nobody on at this time. Well, that's probably why they're listening to me. But still only 5 thumbs up, though. It's pretty usual. Well, like I said, they're all dropping like flies, and we all will. Everybody will be, YouTube will be renewed with more trolls in the future once they start going. There's always going to be some new asshole that take their place. That we know is fact. Let's face it, YouTube's going to be around a long time because Google, whatever, makes good money. And they know how many people like to go on social media. So I don't anticipate any major changes with YouTube. They may come up with some other features or something, but I think YouTube's going to be here a long time. And as long as YouTube's going to be here, there's going to be jack-offs like these people, like Jay and all these people that come on here. I'm not going to get rid of that. You just have a choice that you want to be part of it or you want to separate your life from that period, which you're all probably better off. Look at the crap I've been through on here. How in the world am I still on here? Never mind taking 3 months off like I did. And boy, they were worried. Oh man, they were falling apart. They had a monkey on their back. Oh, is she burning leaves or what is she burning? Bad enough I fucking smoke that she's got to burn trash or somebody else is around here. Double jeopardy. We don't even see her kids. They go in their room. He either sleeps all day when he's not going to school, he's doing his games with his brother. His brother's in Cebu at the moment. Or he talks to his little girlfriend. I don't even see. I tell you the truth, I only see her kids when they come out for dinner. They're always in their rooms playing their games or talking to little girlfriends and shit. Well, they're teenagers, that's what they do, I hardly see them. See them in the hallway, hey, hello, good morning, or whatever. That's all right, it's a good balance, but, yeah. What is she trying to do here? What are you trying to do? Oh, you're watering the Bermuda starts? Are you burning trash? Somebody is. Oh, you did that?
Yeah.
You better be glad it ain't the drought season, because that whole field would go up.
Lead. You're burning there, huh?
Yeah.
They killed the Bermuda.
Oh, that's not our burn pile anymore. Okay. Gotcha.
Excuse me, dear.
Gotcha. Tell you what, look at all these plants. Check it out. Yeah, she's definitely got a green thumb on her brown skin. My goodness. Take a tour. Look at all this. They're all plants. Everything goes from bougainvillea to you name it, all the way around. Not just here. The back fence over here has got the passion fruit on it, lily koi. In Hawaii, call it lily koi. Look at all this. The one thing we don't have here I like to grow is these elephanators. They call them that. They're big leaf plants. They're huge. They're fucking huge. You can cover yourself like a blanket with these damn things. I think the new year will be a good one for you, Dick. Well, I will. I just honestly want to get this shit over with, that's all. The Barry saga is over. You know what I mean? That's over. And he got plumeria. I love plumeria. Of course, it reminds me of Hawaii every time. I always had plumeria. It was all over Hawaii, but I had it in my yard. Look at all these plants. All this. She planted all this. Well, we both did, but she did most of it. Look at all this shit. This is a very revered tree. And what is this again? Talisai tree. It's a very popular tree, except it's, kind of, one problem there. That's right. We're not using the satellite no more. That's right. Don't matter. I was going to say it's in the way of the satellite. See that satellite? Yeah. You know what that is, right? Mm-hmm. Look at this. Look at all these plants. Look at this. If you had to go buy this in the store, especially in America, do you know that these plants, everything she plants, is worth thousands and thousands of dollars if you had to buy this shit? We got papaya trees too, we got bananas. You'd have to spend literally thousands of dollars if you had to go get all these plants. If you know how to propagate, I used to do that a lot with the Song of India plants. It's very easy. And this is the Song of India here, right here. What you want to do, the more thicker branches though, really, the more thicker stems, like this size. you want to cut it. Like if I wanted to, I could take a piece off this. I could cut it. Then just whatever. With your fingernail, scrape off some of the skin, the bark on there, right? And you could basically almost stick this in the ground with water and good soil. It's going to grow into another plant. Better yet, we buy that rooting compound. We dip it in the powder, then stick it in the ground. And we had so many at my house in Hawaii that when they were going to have like the big festivals in Hawaii, they'd come by our house and say, hey, you know, could you spare some of that Song of Indians? They wanted to make the decorations for what they wear on them, their bodies and everything else. And yeah, they would come. Yeah, the guy who sort of owned his house, he did. He was the first owner. He was, it was either Swiss or Norwegian. I forgot which one he was. And you can tell the way he built the house. You know, the windows here, it's the style, you know. They don't open, the ones in here anyway. You know, it's made for like, you know, I don't think, you know, because those countries can get some pretty cool weather and cold weather. And again, show you the outside of the house. Well, you can see here, Alu would know because he's seen enough houses in Switzerland and countries like that. I'll just give you a broad view of the house again here. So my signal holds up anyway. This is the house. I'll slowly pan. I get a fireworks going off here now. Anyway, that's the house. I don't know what style you'd call it. But, yeah. But, you know, when we got the house, the guy up the block, who used to be a deputy mayor or something, at one time here, whatever style you think it is. Okay, girls. The Swiss guy, well, how did that work? There was a guy that was basically trying to buy the house. No, he owned a house, but he owed money or something, and I don't know, he gave up over here. He wound up selling this to this guy up the block here who is from, well, he's a Filipino guy. And there was some money owed, so what they did was he transferred the Swiss guy, the Norwegian guy, Swiss guy, whatever, just basically for money owed to the other guy because he was making payments to him, the old deputy mayor. And I don't know, he wound up taking it back. He got the house for a song and a dance, basically, and then sold it to us. He was originally asking $5 million from it, but they pretty much knew they couldn't get 5 because if you went inside this house here, I mean, you wouldn't believe what this place looked like. We spent maybe $1 million or 1.5 million just turning this thing around a bit. I mean, it was horrible. A lot of these rooms were like rental rooms for people just needed a place to stay on vacation or something, you know. Every room in the house had beds in it or something. Bamboo type things with a mattress on it, whatever. Oh my God, the most horrible painting you'd ever see in the world. Red walls, green walls. I mean, it was horrid. And the owner who sold it to us, he stripped the place before he sold it to us. Any kind of ceiling fixtures took out. Even wall, you know, outlets, you know, AC outlets. He stripped the place. He took the good doors out of the house, We had to replace a lot of the doors with new doors. He stripped it down. He stripped it down. He'd be shocked if he came into this house right now. He'd be shocked. What turnaround we did on it. Tiles on the floors, you name it. Replacing fixtures, brand new doors. He'd be shocked. It was horrible. Who the fuck paints their walls? I guess it was like, this is the green room. You could rent out the green room. This is the red room. We could rent that out. And they used the kitchen as a common facility when people would come here to rent a room. They had these CRs. The kitchen was a common place. They could cook and whatever else, Had a dirty kitchen outside. That's how they worked it. But he stripped the place down is what he did. He stripped it down. He sure as hell fucking did. We repainted everything in here, man. Human colors, Even got somebody to make a nice little mural on the wall here. Place was a wreck. So we bought it for 3.3. I think it was 3.3. And we put in 1.5 on it. The wall in the front, we had that built too, and the railing and all that, the gates, all that included. Did all that shit. She had her brother-in-law and the guy that he worked for, they spent a month here doing the work. They spent a whole month. They lived here and ate here and till the job was actually done. So that's what was going on here. And it's a livable place. It's not a palace, but it's our palace. It's our home. Period. Don't have to pay rent. That's a plus. But it worked out pretty well. I like the place. There's still so much work. Pardon me. It's that season again. It's always the season. There's still a lot of shit we have to do. There's some leaks in the gutters. When you get a really powerful rain, it's like a waterfall on certain corners of the house. It's like a fucking waterfall. We gotta seal some of these gutters, for one. The roof is holding up pretty well. It's an old roof, original. It used to be a nice solid red, but it turns orange in spots from the exposure to the sun. And you got to keep an eye on it. You got to look at the ridge caps. I got to look at the bolts that hold the metal together, that they don't rust out too much. And it's constant. There's maintenance all the time. Then there's tile work. I like to do that concrete in front of my entryway down where you walk. We want that to be tile, but the truth is we're going to have to, unfortunately, the wall in the front is fine, but the railings on there are made of a cheap metal, and it's all rusting to hell. It's just rusting to hell. Yeah, we haven't done anything about that yet. We have projects, but it's unfortunate that, when you have a home, you may not have to answer to a landlord, but you're going to have to answer to the consistent maintenance that you have to do if you want to maintain the value of the home. And the way it is, if you procrastinate, that's going to cost you a lot more later on. Just like someone who walks around with a tumor that's as big as their fucking body, you ask the question, gee, fella, when did you figure out you had that problem? How did you let it get that bad? Now, if I lived right on the ocean, which I don't, I'm just an 8-minute walk, I always use that figure because I never really timed it. I think it's about 8-minute walk. For the sake of argument, I say 8 minutes, okay? So we're not like right on the ocean. We're close to it, but we're not on the ocean. If I was on the ocean, it'd be a hell of a lot more maintenance. And problematic because any big storms could possibly blow your roof off or whatever. I don't even know if they use hurricane clips out here on the roofs. I know they did in Hawaii. It's an extra measure. These clips you could put on the beams, connecting your roof, to secure your roof in high winds. That was standard issue in Hawaii with all the homes there. I don't think they do that here. I just don't think so. I doubt it. They do things differently here, obviously. So why is Jay stuck in Bali? He's not getting no action there. Oh, for fuck him. But yeah, there's always something to do here, man. There's always something. Door hinges may not hold out, you got to seal up certain cracks so ants and other shit don't get in, or moisture. I mean, there's so much to do all the time. One of these days, I just want to get it all over. Have somebody come over here. That post-nasal trip. It's a pain in the ass. And just have everything done. In fact, my septic is due to be cleaned out. Oh, what was Popeye saying on his show? Oh, he was saying, oh yeah, Frank is drinking septic water or something, or showering with septic water. No, we're not showering with septic water. Is it possible that your septic system can leach into your well? That's a possibility. However, there is a certain angling where my well is to where the big septic is on the other side of the house. There's a big gully in between that we filled in the back of the house. We filled it in with whatever, tile from the floors. We filled in a hole, the reclamation. You heard of reclamation, okay? We reclaimed a big gully area behind the house, a reclamation. Sand, actually gravel, old tile, broken tile, instead of throwing it away. We put some fill in there, what we did. That's what we did. Worked out. But yeah, owning a house, and I've owned a couple, and, they all required maintenance. Repainting. I usually hit the outside cream color of the house. I ran out of that color paint, but I always go out there and I retouch it, and on my white wall in the front of the house, that's a pain in the ass, because the cats always climb up the wall, and they got dirty feet. You can see all these orange stain marks, brown stain marks on the wall. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, there's some stories about this house, Even my tank up on the stand, my water supply, there's a pinhole in there that water leaks out, and I've tried everything to cover that. Maybe it's time to get another. So there's always a lot. There's a lot. I'll admit it. There's a lot that you have to do. But that's part of having a house. Nothing stays well forever. I mean, we don't stay well forever. We're not well preserved as people. We're going to get old, look old, eventually die. But the good thing about houses in the Philippines is that you generally are not going to have termite problems, at least in the house, because, they're pretty much built with cinder block, and termites don't go through that. But the ones that you don't want to have, the ones I was concerned with in Hawaii that we didn't wind up having, was subterranean type of termite. We had some termites at one point, eradicated it, but if it was the subterranean type, oh, those are the troublesome ones. They're going to eat your whole house down. Oh, big time. They will eat your house big time. We got lucky with that one. I was so glad to get rid of that house. I enjoyed my time there, though. I mean, me and my brother, we planted quite a bit. That's one thing we did together. Was going on little road trips together, but we had a lot of joy in taking care of the plants and palms and all the shit that we had on the property. We never used 75% of the property. It was all ohia trees, which was common in Hawaii. Ohia, O-H-I-A. So it was a 2-acre lot, but it's a spaghetti lot. It means that they were narrow rather than being more rectangular, you know. So my lot was like 867 feet long by 100 feet wide. If it gives you an idea, that's the way it was platted or plotted, whatever. 100 feet wide, that's it. And 867 feet long, which comprises 2 acres. They were all 2-acre lots. Now, if you had a corner lot, they were usually a little bigger than the standard 2-acre lots in the subdivision I was in. It's a nice area, but it went to hell like I thought. It was going to hell when I was living there. There was so many drug addicts. You know, so many could shake a stick at. I mean, it was just people getting robbed left and right, more so these days. And let's just put it this way. My timing was right on, okay? My timing was right. When I got out of there, my timing was right on. Hawaii is a beautiful place, but to live there full time is not for everybody. Like, same thing with the Philippines. A lot of people don't want to live here full time. For good reason, too. It's not for everybody. Everybody boasts about, oh, Hawaii, you're so lucky to live there. Well, I feel fortunate to have lived there for 14, 15 years. I mean, I do. Don't get me wrong. I think people get me wrong sometimes. It wasn't Hawaii itself. It was the people. They were the problem. People come with attitudes, man, you wouldn't believe. Like that guy was shaking the garden spade at over the dog shit. That's just a small example. He was a mainlander, you know. But most people were involved with drugs and alcohol, like here, you know, with the foreigners. But yeah, the temperatures were fantastic. Only one time a year, coming late in August, when the temperature really took off and the heat built up, and we had some hot-ass days. You can compare it to Philippines. Oh, yeah. But basically, average temperature during the day was probably 82 degrees. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course, if you went higher elevation, it would be lower, like here in the Philippines, same thing. Oh, no, it was pleasant. It was very pleasant, I must say. Didn't need no air conditioner in my place. I wasn't at high level elevation. It was 15 to 1,800 foot elevation, which was good enough to drop the temperature a little bit compared to being at ocean level. I wasn't at ocean level. So, it was pleasant. I enjoyed it though. I did. I don't regret. I don't regret living in Hawaii at all. To this day, I made a decision to move there. People didn't believe it, and I did. How many people get to live in Hawaii, especially these days? If you think it was unaffordable when I moved to Hawaii, it's a lot more unaffordable now to buy a house. Interest rates are not very good. You know, taxes suck. Well, actually, the taxes on my house were considerably low because they were called ag lots. Ag meaning agriculture. It was ag 2 or ag 3. They had different levels. And generally, we got away with that shit because, see, they were trying to make it residential, which would have raised our taxes through the roof. So, of course, everybody fought hard to keep it at ag level. And if you had to follow the rules, it meant that you had to be growing something on there, edible. And we did. We had, papayas. We had different things, bananas, oranges. We had stuff on there. We were legal. A lot of people didn't. They didn't give a shit about it. But they've been trying for years. I don't think they succeeded in get it to be more toward a residential rather than ag lots as far as the classification of the lots. They didn't succeed, and I'm glad they didn't while I was living there. But yes, I was very fortunate. I never thought in the world I'd ever live in the most sought-after place to live in the United States, which was Hawaii. Got to live there for 14, 15 years, have a house. That was quite a achievement for me. They say, Frank's never made no achievement. That was a big achievement for me. So my parents couldn't afford to even have a house. Nevertheless, a house in one of the most desirable states in the fucking union. You know, I was very fortunate. It doesn't matter where you were living in Hawaii. You were in Hawaii. That was it. And you were fortunate enough to be there. Except the other factors that made it hard to live there, you know. Local attitudes toward mainlanders and all that shit. Yeah, that was a problem. Then the drugs were getting worse and worse and worse. Fuck, we used to see the helicopters, the DEA, flying above our house all around the area. Because everybody at the time was, you know, they still are, they're growing marijuana on their property. They'd have 2 helicopters. One was a gunnery one. The guy was out there with an automatic weapon to protect the other helicopter. The other helicopter had the agents on it, and they would actually rappel down a line and drop themselves on the lot and actually spray a black poison on their marijuana so that they couldn't use it. Or I've seen it myself where they would come down and they would grab a shitload of marijuana in their arms, how they got it up out of, and they would haul it up into the helicopter. Shit, man, I used to have videos of that. Oh yeah, guerrilla farmers. We had these guerrilla farmers, you know. Some of them looked like gorillas too. And they had weaponry too. They weren't gonna let anybody go on their land if they had a big crop going. We're talking about some killer bud. Killer bud. Expensive shit. They nurtured it from a baby. We call them keikis. Or keikis, or keikis. Keiki, which means to start. A starter plant. A baby plant. You didn't mess around with these guys. Oh, no. They'd shoot you. They'd shoot at the DEA helicopters, too. That's why they had a separate helicopter. And they had a gunman in there right out the door. He was watching everything, and they were in communication with each other. Hey, I'm getting some fire, you know, power from somebody in the ground, whatever. Shots fired, shots fired. They'd be up there with that automatic weaponry. If they had to shoot it, they would. They would. That's how they did this operation with 2 helicopters. One big one, too. You know they're there. They came low enough, exploring the area. They came low enough so you could throw a fucking rock. You could throw a rock at the fucking helicopter if you had a good arm. That's how low they sometimes came. Well, they had to be above the electric wires, but that was still pretty low. But I witnessed all that shit. It was pretty interesting. A little excitement, you know, a little excitement. Helicopters coming over there. And I smell something cooking.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, you're probably making pork or something. Which I won't be eating. Yeah, some good times, though. We used to go over to the cliffs, you know. We used to bring my truck, you know, and we'd have some beach chairs. And me and my brother would just sit out there near this cliff and look out the ocean, look out for whales and dolphins. And very relaxing. Of course, he'd light up a doobie and all that shit. I didn't partake, really. So we'd go for these rides. And one of my favorite rides was going down to the South Point area. It's where you turn around the island. You go to Na'alehu. And Na'alehu was at the bottom tip. And that's when they had one of the best bakeries that everybody from all over came to. It was a nice ride. See, we'd go up from our place up toward Volcano. You know where the volcano's going off right now? That would be Volcano Village, where Kilauea is. And a beautiful ride. You got to see the countryside. Oh my God, and the mountains in the background. Just gorgeous. Just fucking gorgeous. God, if it wasn't so fucked up over there and so expensive, I'd go back. But we take this ride, go to Volcano Village. There's a lot of little towns in between. Pahala, P-A-H-A-L-A, is a little town that got the brunt of all the volcanic gases from the volcano when it was active. I mean the smog there, but they call it VOG. Volatile organic gases, they call it VOG rather than smog. And you'd smell the sulfur. But Pahala, Pahala, was the little town that would suffer this all the time. So you go beyond Pahala. What a nice ride and place to stop. Oh my God, there's one area which is very elevated above the ocean, had a pretty beautiful vista, a lookout, park your car, go look at it. Then you come into Naalehu, which is a small town, a lot of little history on its own, but Naalehu, it's Nahalelu, I believe. And they had an old movie theater there once. The remnants are still there. I think it is. It's falling apart. No activity in that town at all. I mean, it was just, of course, they got gas stations. They got like something equivalent to 7-Elevens. They got stuff like that. They have, some rental properties, stuff like that there, But it was predominantly Hawaiian. Predominantly Hawaiian. Absolutely. But they had some nice restaurants there. And this one here, God, I'm trying to remember the name of the goddamn restaurant. And it was a restaurant, and they had these fantastic pastries. They had malasadas. You might know them as a jelly donut in America. But it's a Spanish, pretty much name for a Hispanic influence, name for jelly donuts, basically. They're called malasadas, Malasadas. So not only did you get this enjoying ride, and we used to also eat at this restaurant at Volcano Village too, which was very nice. A really good feel of Hawaii, the way they had it decorated. But while in Naalehu, we'd always stop there. We made a point of it. We'd bring some home. Of course, my brother did not need that sugar, but it turned out. But they'd have all these really real fillings too. You get any kind of filling you want, what they had available. You get your regular cream filling, you'll get guava filling in there, you'll get a banana filling, you'll get, what else did they had that were favorites? Oh shit, they just had all kinds of fillings, but they had other types of pastries too. Chocolate covered croissants. I mean, they had a lot of different stuff. The one thing they didn't have was scones. I miss scones. But this place was worth going to just for the trip. So you had we did things. We used to go out on the road. We did things. I wasn't sitting in my house all the time. And if I was home, there was always plenty to do around the property. There was always plenty to do every single day. Cutting the grass, weed trimming with the weed eater, with the weed trimmer, Oh yeah. And trimming palm fronds, from the tree that were dead. Always busy. It was the tropics, man, like here. Everything grew. Wow, you guys are really intently listening. So I got the same 11 people here. Well, thank you for that you're listening to this story. I'm very glad to share these stories with you, because that's part of my history. So I'm never going to say I hated Hawaii. I loved Hawaii. It was a dream place to be, but unfortunately, things change. And the local drug situation was getting worse. There's more crimes. They'll kill you. They'll come. They're desperate enough. They'll walk in your living room, which happened to some people. They ripped them off, robbed them. People were sitting down for dinner. And there were some of the locals out there, if they were playing their music and shit, they're having a party, they loved to drink and get high. You couldn't go over there and ask them to turn their music down. They didn't care how old you were or you were crippled or whatever. They didn't cooperate. If you kept on bugging them about it, they'd make you scared enough to move out. I'm not kidding you. Scared enough to move out. Damien Billiski. What? Where did that come up? That's the name, yeah. But no, it was, oh my God, especially on a big island. And to be honest with you, I've only been to the big island and Oahu. I've never been to the other islands. I had no reason really. Because both islands The big island in Oahu gave you everything you needed. The other was just icing on the cake. There were smaller islands, you know. Never been to Maui, never had a need or want to go to Maui. Because Maui was just too expensive for anybody living there to go to. Maui was just plain expensive. Where Oprah lives and all these people got all these big properties and shit. Big time. But yeah, it was great. It was great. I wish things were different. I would still be in Hawaii. I honestly would. It's just become too unaffordable. What are you going to do? Live off your savings? Your savings would be gone because you'd have to go into your savings to live in Hawaii. I could not just live on my Social Security in Hawaii. It would never happen. You can't rent a fucking garage for less than $1,000 or something from somebody. And why do you think there's so many homeless in Hawaii? They live in empty trailers. You know, they would crash on people's property and even build something on somebody's property. They'd squat. There'd be squatters all over the place. And the scammers, people that didn't own the land, were selling people. Oh yeah, you can make payments to me this much a month. They fell for that. And I give you one story when this guy hasn't been to his property in a long time. Right on my Fern Acres. He hasn't been there in a long time. He comes back and he finds these people and there's like a structure on there. He says, what are you people doing on my property? No, he goes, it's our property. We own it. I said, you're not the owner of the property. I'm the fucking owner. What are you doing on my property? Well, what happened was that the people thought they were buying that land. Oh, does this happen a lot there? Oh my God. They thought that they were buying this land. The guy was generous. He, okay, buy to own, you pay me so much per month. One example of how they did it. We'll just keep to that one. Buy me so much a month, and so much of that will go to the actual purchase of the land. Lease with an option to buy, just, I'm going to charge you so much rent, but this amount is going to go toward the down payment. I'm sure you probably heard this before. Aloe has, did you see that movie on the screen earlier, Frank? Well, I know there's a lot of movies that's flashing by my screen. It's called The Great Raid, a World War II movie about prisoners of wars in the Philippines up in... No, is that on YouTube or Netflix? This is Netflix here, the screen that you're looking at here. The Great Raid. Well, if it's worth watching, I'll try to find it on here. I always need a good movie to watch. I'm glad everybody's been really attentive listening to my story. See, this is what YouTube should be about. Not all this fucking attacking people and all this shit. This is what it's supposed to be about. That's what would keep me on here. Okay? But unfortunately, YouTube has really fallen apart. I was on my Netflix earlier. Okay. I want to check it out. It's one of the greatest raids in WW2. Okay, I will look for that later after I get off my show here. Oh, I will do that. I will do that. So I'm always looking for something to watch. Because I'm just really not finding a lot of shit on here that's worth it. I wind up seeing a lot of these like disaster movies over and over again. I can't find them. I said, it's like a babysitter. Just put the screen on, put something on there. Give you something to look to, even though you've probably seen them all 10 times. And every now and then you find what I call a straggler movie, where you find, something maybe that you haven't seen. Newbie Neil says, you always made it interesting. Well, Newbie, I try to do that. No, it's not always appreciated. But I know through the years, a lot of people, figuratively or literally, used to put their feet up on the desk and on their comfortable chair and they'd listen to my stories. Because there was never anything on there that was worthwhile listening. Oh, I know what she's making. Smell that hamburger meat, probably with the vegetables. I know what I'm smelling. Oh, yeah. It's ground beef with carrots and potatoes. And
I put garlic and onion.
garlic and onion. Oh, that works real well for me. You're having this, right? Okay.
Only yours.
I could eat the whole damn thing
What?
easily. But making sure you're eating properly here. Well, yeah, I try to make it interesting. Otherwise, to be honest with you, I will bore myself. I could bore myself real easily. When that happens, I cut off a show or I won't even leave it on. But I don't leave a lot of my shows on anyway. I don't have any reason to. I do a lot of live, so you listen to me live. There's always going to be somebody else that's going to copy my show. You can see it on there. As I said, I'm not monetized. I'm not worried about how many views I get to all the shows I put on here. I'm not worried about it. It's not a concern of mine. And it just isn't, period. Yeah, but I try to make it interesting. I talk about my experiences that I've had in life, you know, good or bad. Oh, I hear that trumpets again and the drums. It's so funny out here, it really is. We should have dead spot here for some reason. Because I'll get up in the morning, because I get up a little earlier than most. I'll do what I gotta do, hit the bathroom, take a fucking piss, whatever. I'll even have a smoke. Turn the phone on and okay, who did what? Subscriptions, whatever. Anybody got an interesting show worth watching? Not usually. It's usually the same people saying the same shit. That's why I got really bored with, you know, Mike's Philippines retirement, with Stefan, expat, whatever, through the eyes of an Philippines, the eyes to an expat. And they're making up stories. And how do I know that they're making up these stories? Am I just saying that? No. I've heard repeated stories from them in the past. I keep track of that. They use the same information over and over again. And then you get to know their lifestyle. Steven never goes anywhere. How does he know all these people, meet all these people? They're all writing him like he's a wealth of information. He's same as Mike's Philippines retirement. He's worse. Mike makes up his stuff too. The only place Mike goes to is these little meetups in Dumaguete. That's all he does. Then there's rumor, did his wife leave him? Is that just another rumor? Because she used to be on camera in the background, and all of a sudden, it's quite a while now, actually, she's not there anymore. Did his wife actually separate from him? What's the word on that? I'm just curious. I mean, I wouldn't blame her. Guy looks like a turtle, man. He makes up shit all the time. That's what they said. That's the thing about monetization. You're basically in your own prison. You can't get out of it. Because if you don't make shows, they are forced to make shows. I'm noticing a trend. I do a lot of shows, not for money. But they're finding that they got to do more and more shows where they only used to do once a week. Now it's 3 or every single day. Philippines Antics is fairly every day. Some of the other shows I mentioned are on a lot more often now. Because you get, Janet, yeah. Okay, come on. You notice as a fact. I'd be happy to hear that, really. You know that as a fact. And how do you, did Mike actually say it on his show that Janet left him? Because that's a fucking good laugh to me. How do you know this for sure? Or is it just fucking YouTube talk shit again? How do you know this for sure? And what was the reason, supposedly, if they had a breakup? What is the reason? Well, I could figure it out, but what was the stated reason, if there was? You heard it on Brent's Tripping, another Duma vlogger. Well, you hear a lot of things on there, don't you? 99.99% of shows they do on me and talk about me is all bullshit. Just goes to show. I gotta have my dish here. Oh, look at that, man. Well, I believe things when I know them as being factual, When I know it's factual, I believe it. When the facts are presented. But it is quite different that he doesn't have Janet on there. It did make me suspicious. That it did. That maybe there's some truth to this at all. We do know she left YouTube because of the stress. She's still pushing properties for sale on Facebook. Oh, she's trying to make what you're saying, like commissions from people selling their properties and shit like that. I know a gal next door that does that. Honey, go get a dish and eat. I got mine. What's she eating in the living room since it's already air conditioned?
You already did?
I got it.
No, the dogs.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, go inside.
We'll go check. Yeah. Where's my channel activity here? Chat's hidden. Why is it hidden? Did I hit a button? What the fuck? What is going on with this damn phone? Chats. I'm not hiding the chats. Where are they? I'm not seeing the comments for some reason. And transporting this phone into the other room, something happened. Okay, it says chat's hidden. Why is it hidden? I'm not hiding the chats. All messages. Okay, here we are. Got it back. So she's not like living with him? He sure doesn't like to mention. That's why, just like Trump likes to create distractions from what's really going on, Mike doesn't talk about it because he's too embarrassed in the fact that she left him. That's the case. He's trying to save face, basically. Yeah, shit happens, man. I wonder how much he's really living on. But I know one thing, as most of them, they are very heavily dependent on their YouTube income. There's no question about that. None at all. Man, this is damn good. Wish I had more of this, but I can't be greedy. She's got to eat too. Oh my. This is kind of a simple meal that I like. You got ground beef, diced potatoes and carrots and onion and garlic. This is so good. Oh my. You heard he butted head with her son a lot. Save face. He isn't Filipino, but I don't know. Americans do that too. It's too embarrassed to tell you that the old lady left him. And you know he's never going to get another woman again. You know that, right? Why would he? I don't see him as a romantic person, you know. He's no catch to any woman. I'm not even sure why she was with him, except, well, he was supporting her. So, and I know they're just renting there, right? They were just renting. He didn't own the house, my understanding. God, I would never live in doing get it. Stone Cold Steven says, a bit obvious when she isn't in the background of his live streams. Hypergamy strikes again. Hypergamy. Man, I don't blame her. He looks and sounds like a dud. And he's got heart problems too, and he's taken it so lightly. He can't walk to the corner without having a breathing problem, and he don't smoke. Doesn't always have to do with that. He's not getting enough oxygen. He went to some shit-ass doctor is what he did. Said a few things, made him feel happy. He just made a trip to Guam. I think that was his 3-year exit. Well, I don't know what he did when he was there, but I hope he took advantage of his Medicare and had some things checked out by some real hospitals. Oh, I think I remember that. They bought a property, then backed out. They backed out of building a house. Well, because of what Paul went through. Paul got fucked over really bad. And others. No, I would never build a house. Buying one is different, but I would never build a house out here. You can't get reliable workers or contractors. And then all the scammers. But usually it's with the land where the biggest problem is. There's too many people on the paperwork. You don't know who owns it. And you hear it all the time. You get a family member trying to sell a property that they can't sell because there's too many people on the tax declaration. Everything was checked out with this property. Taxes were paid what they owed already, previous owner. That was all taken care of. Sorry that I'm eating, but this is good shit. Still hungry. Damn. I'm probably making you hungry. Done. I even sprinkled grated, Parmesan cheese on this thing that you're looking at. I put that on a lot of stuff. I am somewhat dairy intolerant, But oh well. So that's true then. That's interesting. Hey, opinion. Barry and his girlfriend. Did they really break up? I can't even find her show anymore when I can pump in her name and I can't find it, but it's better off. But she did a show entitled one time, Single Again. Fact or fiction? You know how much they both lie. So you can't believe. You can't believe anything. You just can't. No, she had to hold on for something for her son to eat. But I ate the whole damn thing what was left. This is the kind of stuff I like to eat. I'm washing my own dish. Oh my gosh, you should have put it on a paper plate. There we go. That's why I bought paper plates. And she's still Oh no, I think I'm the one. Uh-oh, I'm the blame. Uh-oh, right away I was blaming her. Wrong. Fireworks. I'm the one. I'm the one that grabbed the bowl. That was my bad. It was my bad. I grabbed the bowl. She didn't grab the bowl. Ah,
What?
you used a plate when I got the paper plates here. But I made the same mistake. I grabbed the bowl instead of grabbing a paper plate. But you went and grabbed a plate. You grabbed the plate. Dogs, you already ate. Let me see your eye. Come here, Ginger. Oh my goodness. She gets this dry eye thing, and she's got pus in her eye. I gotta find this stuff. We'll go to the drugstore and get it. In fact, we're running out of cotton swabs. Because otherwise, I think she has a dry eye syndrome, but it has maybe to do with her allergies. But she's got kind of a dry eye syndrome. What happens is she'll get this white pussy shit in her eye, covering her whole eyeball sometimes. Yeah, unfortunately. I had this other drops, which are actually a little bit controversial to use, a little bit. Oh man, I got one little cotton swab here. I could use a sterilized saline solution, which I do have, and that wouldn't affect her eye. I have that. But I'm trying to find, I thought I had these eye drops for her. Because the veterinarian, I'm in touch with him online all the time. Sodium chloride. Okay, where's this other stuff? God damn it, man. There's nothing organized around here. I got this cabinet here under here. I got all kinds of shit in here. But when I need to find something, oh, no. I got ear drops for the dog, which is doxycycline sodium. Actually, it's not for the dog. It's for humans. If you want to loosen up any potential wax in your ear, you could use that. Okay, what is this stuff? Anti-inflammatory spray solution? No, wait a minute. Oh, it's a sore throat remedy for people. We got some odd stuff around here. But I need to find things that I currently need. And when I go to find it, I just can't find it. I got so many different over-the-counter shits around here. Equate, you know how old this is? That's from Hawaii. Equate brand. Stool softener. Sodium bicarbonate. Use that. All kinds of different shit. I have a FlowFlex. It's a COVID-19 antigen home test, which I never used. Never had COVID. Chlorotrimazole. See, they come in these tiny little tubes here. This is for fungus for the dog between the toes. I sometimes try to use that. Look how small that is. They probably charge me about 400 pesos for this little tiny thing. That gives you an example of prices out here. Well, I thought I had this other stuff for the dog's eye here, and I can't find it. I just can't find it. I just can't find it. There's my dairy ease. Where is it here? Dairy. Because I did sprinkle a little bit of Parmesan cheese on my meal. So I want to take this. It's called Dairy Relief. And you should take two, but I'm only taking one. I didn't have that much cheese. It's all broken apart. How good it is. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take that. It's very chalky tasting. There we go. I got like packets and packets of Alka-Seltz. I don't know how long they last. I got a shitload of that. And this is from Perpetual Succor. And I came out of there and I had my kidney stone situation going on. Fuck, I got the stent, but I don't have the stone that I pissed out. And that's pissing me off because I was supposed to go find out what kind of a stone it was. Like more of a calcium base. Now, did I show you this before? I want to gross you out. That's what a stent looks like. Here's the size of my finger. Look, that puppy was stuck up my pecker all the way to my kidney. Up the urethra. That's right. That's right. There you go. Don't say I've never been in action. I've seen action. Maybe not in the war. But imagine walking around a couple of months with that stuck up your fucking dick. Yeah. Imagine that. I could, because I did. And I don't want it to happen again. Okay, I'm going to put this shit away. Well, I'm just going to have to make my way to the pharmacy and see if they have that eye drops for my dog. Hope I could do that tonight or tomorrow. And where's my cotton swab? I can't find this shit. But I can, without harm, and my battery's down to 2%. I can, without harm, it's called normal saline solution. And that ain't gonna hurt the eye. I can wipe around her eye and a little bit in it with this solution. Let me find her now. 2% battery, dudes and dudettes. Let me see. Ginger, come here, baby girl. Come here. Let me see your eyes, sweetie. Let me see your poor eye. Sorry you're going through this. Sorry. You got one of those type of eyes. Can't help it. I know you can't help it. But Daddy's here to take care of you. I'm always here to take care of you. Then she's got that hyperpigmentation around her eye. She got all this like black furry skin, almost like leathery on her eye. And sometimes older dogs get that. You think she has a black eye or something, but it's raised, kind of like almost leathery in composition or surface. Yeah. We're looking here in my cabinet though. I want to see if there is. No, I don't see anything else. I'm just gonna have to buy those eye drops. What is this here? No, that says you can't use human Visine drops because they might have xylitol in there. That's very toxic. So a lot of things, you guys may have dogs and you don't have a fucking clue. You can't give certain human products to a dog. It's not meant for a dog's eyes or whatever. You got to research it. If you give a shit about your dog, that is. If you don't give a shit, then you won't probably do anything. But they're my family. I like to take care of them. That's all I need to say. Okay, I think I've been on here long enough. Thanks, Alan, for stopping by, and everybody else. Thank you for so intently listening to my show. I appreciate that. I don't really need the dialogue that bad. It's nice to have a little more dialogue. But it's nice when people are sitting there just kind of listening to my show. That still works pretty good for me. Okay, Aloe, take care. You spent a lot of time listening to me. You must be laid back and on your couch or bed and listen to Uncle Frank here. Kuya Frank. Glad you enjoyed the show. Thank you, everybody else who's been here. This is what I'm talking about. If we could just have shows like this with people, I'd listen more. I can't go to these troll shows or these losers like Jay and all these people. It's such a waste of my time to watch and listen to that. My valuable time. I'm not getting any younger. If I'm going to listen to a show, please let it be interesting. That's why I actually listen to different stories on YouTube, not from YouTubers, but I do a lot of research on my phone. There's all kinds of stories from all over the world. Science, medicine, you name it. Don't isolate yourself from the world. When you got it in your hand to know what's going on outside of your islands, outside of the country you're in, what's going on with the world, good or bad, and listen to some of these stories and how people have changed, how many people are getting violent and people murdering their wives and in-laws and just because they're pissed at them. It doesn't take much for people to kill another person these days. It doesn't take much at all. People are becoming more and more violent, which is the nature of the human anyway. They're very volatile, very violent creatures. And we live with each other for the most part because we have to. We got 8 billion people on this earth. We have no choice to walk down the street and have to live with the overpopulation we have on this planet. We have no choice about it. And there's a reason why the government is always looking into the moon and other planets and stuff like that, because they know that that's a whole show in itself, that the earth is deteriorating. It's dying as we speak. You're dying too, but the earth is dying too. There's only one place we could live right now. It would be really hard to colonize the moon. It doesn't have an atmosphere, but I understand you could actually create an atmosphere. Guess what? How? By polluting it. I'm not kidding. Introduce different gases, carbon, dioxide, all this shit. You actually could create an environment on a planet that does not have an atmosphere like Earth. You could actually create. It takes time, but it works. Yeah, believe it or not, that's probably how they're going to do it. They're going to start off with confined spaces that's going to be able to sustain you. They're going to have oxygen generators and a lot of high-tech shit. They're going to hydroponically grow fruits and vegetables. That's the way it's going to be. But that's getting into a whole other topic. It's going to keep me on here even longer. Thanks for listening, and we'll catch you on the next show. I know you're sitting. Good movie. The end of a good movie, suggested by Mr. Allo Di Vinta. And it's called The Great Raid. The Great Raid. Is he going to get to meet Margaret? He's got to see Margaret again.
Margaret.
Margaret, he wants to see Margaret.
Margaret was church.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. My goodness. What a movie here. It's about ended here. Here they come, yeah. All right. American flag proudly displayed. Talavera, American front line. Where's Margaret?
Yeah, Margaret.
There's Margaret, there's Margaret.
$6.
Is he gonna see Margaret again?
Told you I can't sell it. $10?
Probably gonna get a strike for this, but
Can't do it. That's the only one I got. What do you mean it's the only one you got? Well, you said you had plenty to spare. Lied to you. My mom did this to me. Well, how's your mom feel about $10? How your mom feels about $10? Hey!
there's Margaret.
Sorry, you seen Major Gibson?
Yeah, he was with us at the river. Check with the medics, man, down by the carts.
Check with the medics. Oh. Uh-oh. Is it good news or bad news?
Margaret.
That's Margaret. Uh-oh. Hope he's hanging in there to see Margaret again. Oh no, did he die? He tried to hold off to see Margaret again. Oh no. No. Oh, he didn't make it. He had malaria. She was trying to, in an underground movement, to get into quinine for the malaria POWs. This is good history here too. The well-known Filipino actor in here too, that Gilda's aware of very much. Oh no, Margaret, Margaret.
He wanted me to give you this.
Yeah, he had a letter written in case you didn't make it. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Didn't make it. The lovely Margaret. Oh, let's. Dear Margaret.
After 3 long years,
After 3 long years of witnessing so much destruction and suffering, a simple letter seems so pointless.
I've often
wondered what my life would be like had we been together. However, as time passes, I realize this may never happen.
There is one thing
I want you to know.
You've come to mean the world.
You've come to mean the world to me.
And not just to me.
And not just to me, to all of us here.
You've given
me the strength to give
these men hope.
And maybe one day a second chance.
I miss you more than you can.
I miss you more than you can imagine.
And owe you more than you can ever know.
Oh my goodness.
All my love.
Oh my love, Daniel. Oh my. Oh my. This movie came from the suggestion of Alo Di Vinta. Okay. Sad. A lot of history with the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. Bataan March. How many people died? The Japanese were ordered to shoot or kill any Filipino Me and Gilda were watching the whole thing. It's called The Great Raid. It's on Netflix. And it's a pretty good, from what I could tell, pretty accurate depiction of what happened in the Philippines with the Japanese. They were ruthless, man. They had thrown 50 to 100 Americans at one point in this, was supposed to be shelters to hide, from American aircraft. And what did the Japanese do? They took barrels of plane fuel and burnt them alive. Oh, they were ruthless. They were absolutely ruthless. Oh, we're all good buddies now in Japan. Except, well, actually Japan came a long way because, when we used to, growing up, I know one thing, that anything that was made in Japan, we thought it was cheap and worthless. Now everything that comes from China is cheap and worthless. In America and here in the Philippines, cheap and worthless, but we have big trade with China here. And I guess we need to trade in the Philippines here because everything in the stores are made in Japan. are made in China. And now Japan has the highest technology in the world, really, when it comes to electronics and so forth. Cars, electronics, everything. It's funny how things change around, huh? Why can't we all just get along, is what I'm thinking, Why can't we all just get along? I don't think that's even possible, but having Trump in office, it's gonna blow up the road to peace in the world. I'd like to shove it down your throats all the time and say, you voted for him. More to come. More to come. All right, where are you, Alla, when I need you here? Alla, where are you? Alla's the one that suggested to watch this movie, The Great Raid. See, that's action, Popeye. That's action. Those are people in the real front lines, Popeye, not you. I don't know how you could even talk about your service time in the Navy. You didn't do shit. These are the real heroes on this movie. Where is everybody tonight? Is there another show on or something? I don't know. That's pretty weird. Pretty weird. There should be about 18 people at least listening at this hour. I don't know. My numbers go back and forth on here, actually. But yeah, I'd have to say to put it on your list as a good movie, great acting, and a pretty well-known Filipino actor was one of the stars in this movie, actually. You know what his name is, Gilda?
Huh?
The actor from the Philippines here?
Cesar Montano.
Huh?
Cesar Montano.
Rotano?
Cesar Montano.
Caesar?
Cesar.
I can't even understand that. Anyway, a known actor in the Philippines. Her accent and the guy's name is in my half-deafness, yeah.
Is that Cesar Montano?
Rotan?
Montano.
Multano. Multano? Is that right? Multano? Montano. Montano. His last name is Montano. Okay, I think we got that. Very, very good rating. I was looking for a movie to watch. It was suggested to me. And it does go over the history. I mean, if you're living in the Philippines and you want to learn about the culture, it's kind of good to look back. But they didn't really get much into MacArthur in this at all. They didn't really. There was mention of MacArthur, but see, the thing with MacArthur is he came here the first time and didn't do shit. Came back the second time and put his fleet in the water, and he blasted the shit out of Japanese. But that's not what this movie was about. It didn't concentrate on MacArthur. He's home. It concentrated on the Great Raid. And it was also connected to Bataan March and the POW camp, where their mission was to get and save 500 POWs, which they succeeded. But one of the heroes, unfortunately, in the film did die. But I hate to tell you this, but it's still worth watching. Still worth watching. There you go. The Great Raid. Yeah, I really haven't found too much on Netflix. That's what I'm talking about. My whole show, Aloe. Just finished it. Me and Gilda, thank you very much for the suggestion. There it is, right there. Too bad. Margaret, well, she never got to see him alive. How sad is that? How sad. Yeah, you see it on screen. I just finished it, man. Good acting, and probably one of the better war movies that I've seen. I'll have to put it on the list. I was just telling Gilda that if I was to see anything, I'm interested in a little bit of history. Is the POW camp still around for preservation for historical purposes? A World War II memorial up in Cabanatuan. And you got to see that? The grounds of it. So there's remnants of the POW. Well, they blew up the POW camp, though. The grounds of it, yeah. That's what I like. And Nueva Ecija. First of all, I never even heard of Cabanatuan. I've never even heard of it before other than this movie. There's a lot of towns in the Philippines I never heard of. Oh, you have a farm in that area? The rice farm thing you have? The rice farm? Wow. See, that's the kind of stuff I'm interested out here. Not all the typical tourist shit. You know, I'm interested in the history. I'd love to see if there were any existing POW camps, the grounds where all this, you know, and Batuan March area. If the ground's still there, I'd like to walk the road. Is it still there, the road that they marched down on? Yeah, the rice granary. Oh, that what it is? It's a rice granary of the Philippines. And you got in on that. Batuan Death March, yes. That's got to be a historical site. That absolutely would have to be. Now, how many people were in that march? And they said that the Japanese were killing anyone that couldn't make it, were too sick. How many died? Americans and Filipinos. Oh, you find markers all over Luzon? Okay. Wow, man. Cool. Now, I'm still a little rusty on the history about the Americans and the Filipinos because we weren't always allies. And I got to learn a little bit more about that history. Yeah. And Pampanga? Mark is in Pampanga too. That's the kind of shit people should be covering on here. They should go to these places. If you're a foreigner living in the Philippines, that's the kind of shows you should do. Go to these historical places. Show where the battles were, you know. That's the kind of shit I like to see. Old churches that survived the wars, all kinds of stuff like that. Historical buildings that have a lot of significance. That's the kind of stuff I like to watch. Yeah. If I were to travel anywhere, these are places I'd like to see, but something significant, though. Yeah, man. Central Luzon. Wow. Now, see, in this movie, they didn't make too much mention of MacArthur, so it just wasn't about MacArthur. Now, my understanding is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, MacArthur came there the first place, he didn't really do shit. But the second time he came around with the big fleet and he blasted the ass out of the Japanese. That's all I know of. Something about the first time he came, he didn't accomplish much. And I don't think people are very happy about that. Then he became a big hero second time around. And of course, out in Leyte Gulf, I know about that. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. I'm surprised there's not a shitload of people on here right now with this show. I'm actually surprised. At this hour, you would think there would be. But then again, I deal with a lot of people that don't live in this country that come on my show too. Yeah, well, anyway, thank you for the suggestion. And I decided, and I watched this over even watching, going to Jay's channel to find that so-called link about your real life. Yeah, people don't want to hear about this kind of stuff. You know something? You, I think, were talking about this on a show with Pop. I don't know, back in the past. That, yeah, is something about how the Filipinos don't want to be reminded of the war and their relatives and the ancestors that they lost. But I think it's an integral part of the history in the Philippines here. I don't get it, you know? I know that a lot of Filipino women that were raped and tortured and all that shit. They went and hid in the caves. In fact, my girlfriend's mom, who's still alive, and sick, but she's still alive, I think she had to go to the caves too. But I think that they should talk about it because they should keep the history alive. And that we should also learn from all this. Learn from the past to set the present and the future straight. The comfort women issues, yes. The comfort, oh. It was pretty wild, man. That was some wild ass shit, man. That was some wild ass shit. Holy shit. I guess there are still caves in Leyte and other places all around the place that possibly haven't been discovered yet, too, where the Japanese were also hiding. You know, I had this beautiful, Jesus Christ, I got rid of it. I was in Hawaii, Alan. You would have died if you saw this piece I had. It was handmade by somebody, and the artist signed it. And the guy was from Iloilo. And I was in Hawaii. I bought this in Seattle, actually, from a guy who had gone to Iloilo back in the day. This was a hand-carved, made of mahogany, I believe was the wood. And listen to this. I'll read your thing first here. Outside Manila, there is an island with all the World War II installations. They do tours there, Japanese bunkers and all that. Really, that sounds really interesting. I had this intricate carving, you wouldn't believe it, and I sold it. I made some good bucks on it, but not enough. It would have been worth a lot now. It was a carving. It was about, 2 feet in length by about, 7 inches in width or something like that. It was a carving, and it was an ox-drawn cart, carved out. The Filipino driving this cart, and there was a cave, and there was these other figures of people taking rice and storing it in the cave. And everything was intricately carved. And I sold it for like $400 or something like that. I wish I would have had it today. This thing would have been worth a lot of money, but not to sell, but the history of it. I don't know when this thing was carved, but it was had some history to it. And as I said, it depicted the Filipinos even hiding in caves away from the Japanese and secretly storing their rice in the caves where the Japanese couldn't get at it because the Japanese were after food, they were after everything. Raping the women, killing people. Boy, the history, the history. I was telling on here, you would have loved. I had a carving. Let me tell Gilda about this long. It was signed by the guy who carved it, who's from Iloilo City. It was even dated on there. I remember the date. You know how the Filipinos, with the Japanese occupation, they used to hide in caves if they had to, and they would store their rice in there secretly without the Japanese knowing. This was a carving that I bought off some guy in Seattle. He had a prominent position. I don't know what he was, but he had money. That big, this wide, a carving, and there was an ox or carabao driven on wheels cart loaded with rice on it, and they were taking the rice out of there and storing it in the caves. And intricate of the guy driving the cart, of the ox or carabao that was driving it, and they showed a little cave on there. It was all intricately carved. I think it was made out of all mahogany or something. Oh yeah, and I sold it. Alice says, "Isn't you talked about the Yamashita treasure once here on your live stream a few months ago?" I've talked about that in the past, though, Yamashita. I have talked about that in the past. Yeah. I know that one Filipino guy who just an average worker, and he's the one that found a big stock of this gold. But you know who took over. I don't want to get political on here because this is the Philippines. And they took that away from him unrightfully. But we're not going to go into the politics. I think you know the history on that. I probably shouldn't go into it on here, especially under certain situations. Yeah, the guy, I think, was up in Baguio. And there was a ton of fucking gold. People say that there still exists in the Philippines hidden gold and that treasure. And there's a lot of people still looking for it. In fact, the interest in gold has become more of interest because in some towns, people found some flakes of gold and everybody else is running in there now. They're panning for gold, becoming a gold fever to stay alive. Some people spending their days just panning for gold and digging for gold. I'm sure there's a lot of gold out there in the hills, but it's pretty much, not a good chance that anybody's going to really find this Japanese guy's gold. It is a fascinating story, yeah. Very fascinating. They stole everything. They stole the riches. They take the teeth out of people's mouth that were gold. The Germans did that too. Out of the Jews, and they took the gold off their teeth. They had a pile of gold about 10 foot fucking high. Because they used gold in them days for the teeth. Well, it was cheaper in those days. The atrocities of war, it's just fucking amazing. That's why I can't stand Trump leading the world to war. That's why I've been talking about Trump a lot. Because the guy is a sick bastard. He's no better than fucking Hitler or anybody else. The Golden Buddha. Did they find the Golden Buddha? That was part of that guy's find. But then he wound up dying of some disease or something. Didn't he get it back? The gold, didn't he get that gold back, the guy who found it? This guy was like a shoe repairman or a shoe shiner or something. The guy who actually found that gold initially. And what a find. Well, the thing is, we only make, Nah, they took it all, didn't they? Still have it, I heard. Yeah. I know somebody out there that had 100,000 pairs of shoes while the rest of the Filipinos were starving. A certain person out there had like 10,000 pairs of shoes while Filipinos suffered. A lot of history, man. and moved it. And yeah, Switzerland. Here's the thing I don't understand, sir. I thought that the Philippine government retrieved the money in the Swiss accounts, and that the money was supposed to go back to the Filipino people. I was under that impression. What happened with that? Is it okay to talk about this on here? I think it is. Don't matter because I'm already talking about it. Yeah, they had big ass Swiss accounts. That was only a part of it. God, I can't imagine the gold. Cannot imagine. Gold is just another element, but people make something precious. You know, diamonds, they had no value at one time. A lot of people don't know the history of the diamonds. I know a little about it, not a lot. Diamonds weren't worth shit at one time until fashionable people like Europeans and Americans started getting fascinated with the diamond and the shine and the quality. That's what happened. There was really at one time not a real big interest. There was not a big interest in diamonds at one time. Let's see. Allo says the 500 million US dollars in Swiss banks union. Swiss bank was in the Union Bank of Switzerland. Well, what happened to it? What happened to it? Filipino people don't deserve that back? That's what pisses me off. I'm sorry, but all the poor Filipinos and the way they're living. I'm sorry, I'm starting to get political with this, and I'm living in this country, and I'm in no position right now, especially to talk about this, but I'll refrain from that. Just to say, basically, that it's a shame that the Filipino people weren't taken care of. They didn't retrieve all this. Still in the family. I'm currently reading a book about diamonds in South Africa and Mambia in a Nambic desert. Very interesting topic. What was the name of that movie with Brad Pitt? Was it The Red? What the hell was it? He was in, what was it, South Africa? Where was he at the time? And he was after that. Oh, Blood Diamond. Was it the Blood Diamond? Blood Diamond. More than 120 years ago, they found diamonds on a beach in Mambia. Yeah, Blood Diamond. Now, that was a good movie. I must say, that was a good movie. Now, if I'm not correct, it's been a long time since I watched that movie. Didn't that so-called Blood Diamond, didn't it go back to a tribal member or something? He wound up dying. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio, not Brad Pitt, right. Thanks for correcting me. Yeah, right, it was Leonardo, yeah, it wasn't Brad Pitt. There might have been something similar with Brad Pitt, I don't remember, but Brad Pitt came to mind. But they even remind me of each other anyway, for some reason, I don't know. I think it was DiCaprio. I think it was. Yeah, if you're gonna watch stuff, it's good stuff like that. I mean, here's the thing, we live on this fucking planet, we should learn about it. Instead of just attacking people on fucking YouTube, which is so fucking useless and pointless and clueless, and it really is. There's so much going on in the world right now that people should be a little more concerned with what's going on in the world, because it will affect every single one of us, no matter where the hell we're living. But people don't see things that way. That's why I just really don't want to get involved. And that's why I'm so much gearing toward getting the fuck off YouTube. Because I gotta come to a decision sooner or later. Just so much nonsense and bullshit. Look how this shit has affected my family with you know who. I shouldn't have to go through this crap. I accomplished one thing. There's still yet one thing to accomplish, to see somebody else sit in jail. I'm a reader on the internet. I don't read books though. But I'm a reader I'm an avid reader on the internet. I read all kinds of stories and look up history and all kinds of shit, science, health, all that shit. I should read actually a real book. But everything's electronic now too, you know. They have all these e-books out there now. I don't know if people are actually reading books except in jail. Which would be a good thing to do to get somebody's mind off there. But if Barry knows how to read, maybe Barry's actually reading a few books. What do you think? Nah, probably not. Where is everybody tonight? Either I got a shitload of people on here or I don't. It's one of those bad nights. Oh, yeah, it's all electronic. I read it on my iPad. Yeah, that's the way to go these days. If you can't, you got old-fashioned books. Well, I'd like to get my hands on an original book, a novel or something by the author signed. I mean, oh my God. I couldn't even imagine. Yeah, all electronic, unfortunately. All right, I'm going to get off here. Thanks for tuning in. And yes, I did take your advice, obviously, to see the Great Raid. Here we are. The Great Raid. We'll promote it. I'll probably get a strike for this already. It's okay. It don't matter at this point, really. I just don't care. And I'll say it again. I just feel sorry for a lot of people on here that take the direction that they do when there's so much going on in the world that's really going to affect everybody. They don't realize what's going on with Trump because a lot of people are Trump supporters. Of course, they're turning the other way now. It's going, you know, his approval rating has gone like to the minus marks. And it's a sad thing that's actually happening that people could even have they have no clue about what this guy is doing, what he has done, what he's teaching children in America: violence, deceit, lies, raping little girls, sex trafficking, and the motherfucker gets away with every fucking thing. Now they're trying to redact all the fucking files from the Epstein files. He doesn't want them all to come out. He's fighting everybody. He's firing people in his cabinet. He's having people killed. And these fucking assholes voted for this guy. I knew this was going to happen. And he's out of his fucking mind, which makes it worse. He should not even be in fucking office. That's the problem. He shouldn't even be in office. All these assholes on there, you know, Big E and all these people, and Don C and all that. Rah, Republican fucking party. And all Big E was caring about is that he made 26% profit on his portfolio since fucking Trump was in office, but he didn't give a shit about the alleged, I have to be careful, alleged crimes that the guy he voted for that made his portfolio go up to 26% profit doesn't care what he allegedly has done to children, young girls, underage girls, involvement with Epstein and all his affairs, and denying everything. These people voted for Trump and now they're paying for it. I'm going to get off the political shit. I think I did my share of politics on here. But more to come. Trump's losing it, man. He's losing his mind and he's falling asleep during press conferences. He talks about Sleepy Joe. Now it's Sleepy Don. Sleepy Don. Even though Sleepy Joe wasn't falling asleep like fucking Sleepy Don. He's got press conferences, he's falling asleep. Oh my God. People are addressing him on stage and he's over there. They show him walking out of a plane on this red carpet. He couldn't even keep a straight line. He talks about Sleepy Joe. You know why he's got the marks on both his hands? Because he's getting hooked up with, not a catheter, what do you call that? In his veins. He's getting medical treatment, and he doesn't want to say what it is, but we know that he's losing his memory. We know he's losing his mind. He's not in good shape. He gets pumped up before he goes on any of these conferences, and he's playing Russian roulette, literally, with Putin and other countries. And he fucked up our trade with good friends and neighbors such as Canada. Always been our friends, and they still are. And they still will be. I'm all for Canada. Of course, you talk to Popeye about this. I didn't want to talk. I'm so... It's so irritating to even talk about these people. It really is. It just really is. Such wasted fucking lives. All these fucking trolls on here. Wasting their fucking lives. They are the losers out there that can't find a woman, can't keep the woman. Look at fucking Mike's Philippines retirement. Janet apparently left his starry ass because he was more involved in spending time on his fucking YouTube. I make a balance when I come on YouTube. I balance things out. But Mike was so involved in trying to make money on YouTube, and he's giving phony shows, talking about phony friends that he's met and phony stories like the other guy, Steven. And people listen to this crap. They listen to this crap. I'm the only show on here that makes any fucking sense at all. Like Nixon said, wait a little while, you won't have me to kick around anymore. Then what are they going to do? At least find another victim, that's all. Simple as that. Simple math. They'll find another victim. Well, you know what? I'm not a flag-waving person. I'd rather wave the flag of the Philippines than I would for America, to tell you the truth. The America I grew up in was a lot different than the America we know now. I don't hate America. I just think it's changed too much for the bad. I think people are too weak to speak up against a narcissist, a martyr, to speak up against a dictator. We shouldn't have a dictator as a fucking president in the United States. A guy who appoints himself immunity to commit any crime that he wants and get away with it. And who doesn't listen to him, he has him killed or fired or threatened. And some of the victims of him and Epstein, they were threatened. They were all threatened. You voted for him, and I'm going to keep on saying it on every show I do. Remind these so-called staunch Republicans that you voted for Trump, and whatever comes out of this thing, you owe it to yourself. Blame yourself. When your pocket starts to shrink, that's the only time that people will care, when it comes to money. Oh, when it comes to money, then they care. If it ain't about money, they don't care. They don't care. It's got to be about money. Then they'll complain and say, yeah, I made a mistake voting for Trump. I got cleaned out. Then you got these other sick fucks who doesn't care about the ill doings, that debauchery, the killings, the lying, child raping that the President of the United States is allegedly doing. No. Their portfolio grew by 25%. And that's all they care about? They don't care about the young girl. But then you look at these people's lives and you can understand why they're supporting Trump. You can understand because they're living a life close to Trump in some way. Truth. They don't want to hear it. But it's true. Debauchery, lies, deceit, using people, abusing people, verbally and otherwise. They make me sick. And I was never really proud to be of this YouTube community. Never. I was hoping to. But unfortunately, the people that are coming into this country are giving us foreigners a really bad name. They're using and abusing Filipinos like there's no tomorrow, which there might not be. I feel for the Filipino people out here. And to be labeled as an undesirable by some biatch Fuck that shit. I'll show you on here who's undesirable. I can name names, you know who they are. They should be fucking deported. Not trying to get me fucking deported. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Undesirable, my ass. I've helped more Filipinos out than any one of these fucking group of people could ever do if they ever did. All they're interested is fucking pussy and that's it. Or to get their drinks cheaper out here. Or their cigarettes or drinks. Chasing ass and spreading disease. Oh yeah, they're really helping us foreigners out. What a sick image they're making of us people. The better people out here that deserve to be out here. That's what I have to say for the evening, and good night to all. A bunch of pieces of shit out there. Hope everybody gets what they deserved, and so far it's going in a good direction. We got rid, nature got rid of some creeps on here. And the body count, my friend,